Konnichiwa, everybody. Konnichiwa. Hello. Thanks for all. Okoidi, thank you for reaping the membership. Welcome, welcome. Hello, chat. Hello. I know it looks like the campfire is currently toasting the quays, but it is just part of the background. Do not worry, you are you are not being cooked over the fire. It just looks like that. Konnichiwa, everybody. Ooh. Alright, so today we have a couple of spooky stories. Don't mind getting toasted, it's chilly in here. Yeah, it is. It's good. It's all good for staying warm and toasty. Yeah. Father, please, we are burning. Hang on. I think I can go and move the fire a little bit to the side. Here, we'll put it... You know what? Here, we'll make it a little bigger. Here we go. Robot Peter, hello. This burning sensation must be my imagination. Thank you for the super chat, Robot Peter. Thank you. Alright, chat. Ooh. I was going to go and do some, try, ASMR things, but I figure we can just go ahead and just read out some of the stories with the ambient noises. I'm hoping it's not too bad. I sent out the tweet with a little bit of the voice tweet with a sound. I'm not sure the microphone can pick it up, or maybe it's like an iPhone microphone thing. Bakudan, Alkoidi, thank you for reaping the membership. Solid Snake voice, toasty. Vios, thank you for the super chat. Cooked Koi, this is fine. And Pooh, hello, thank you for reaping the membership. Alkoidi. Ooh. Can't hear the noise? Okay, that's good. Father, please, I'm allergic to fire. Swirl, no. It is okay. It's not real fire. It's just imaginary fire. Alright. Reminds you of Outer Wilds? It kind of does, doesn't it? Like the stars in the background and everything. It's really nice and cozy. This is very soothing ASMR, don't worry. Thank you for the super chat. Ilsong, Okoidi, it's chilly here. Would love to be outside camping at around a campfire. Excited for story time. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I've ever done anything like this before. So we're just gonna kind of go and see what it's gonna be like. The entire point of this is that you'd be able to leave this on one of your monitors or maybe your phone and just kind of listen to spooky stories that were submitted by the Kois. The cricket's not real this time, right? No, it's not. It will be soon, though. When it gets hot enough that I have to open my window, you'll be able to hear the crickets outside. Satanel, test a positive for COVID today. Alter a false negative home test. I'm trying to hunker down, get comfy. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you were able to get as much rest and recover soon. Thank you for the super chat. Game, thank you for the super chat. The words of the guy from Immortal Kombat, toasty. Might not stick around, but felt like it would only be appropriate to pay time. Thank you. Alyssas, thank you so much. The campfire cannot match the fire I hold with it. Ah, let's go. Yeah. Thank you so much for that super chat as well. Mari, thank you for the super chat too. A little, I'll get a heated blanket just to get really immersed. Ooh, yes. Get bundled up, get nice and comfortable, and hopefully everyone gets to stay kind of warm. But yeah. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Gotta get cozy, get comfortable. Hope you have your marshmallows, things to make s'mores with. I'm gonna hope that the outside, whatever's going on out there, doesn't get too loud, but if it does, we'll adjust as we go. Martava, thank you for the super chat. Placebo effect of the imaginary fire is cooking me. No. You can open the window and let the cool air in. Gotta make sure that you stay cool and cozy. Serotonin, thank you so much. leave it on the another monitor or on your phone. Me while watching this on the TV, I'll take my spooky story seriously. I hope you can get some good spooky stories. I'm not sure what it'll be like. I have not read it yet, I have not read most of them yet, because I wanted to keep it a surprise. But yeah, thank you. Destructo D, thank you. Give me a fun watching Hopsy Sopa. Oh, nice. It's gonna be a bit comfy vibes, no spooky. Well, maybe spooky, hopefully spooky, but not too spooky. Peter, thank you for the super chat. Bring a bunch of quesadillas. Let's go. There's nothing better to have than quesadillas around a campfire. I agree with that. Let's go. Still kind of warm. You're on my TV also. It'd be great if you wrote some original stories of your own. Oh, I'm not that good at writing. I'm not that good at writing. I can tell you like the general plot points of a story, but like actually fleshing it out, no, we can't do that. Real quick chat, if any time the noise or the music gets a little bit too loud or too distracting, please let me know. I have a good story. Ooh, and a big base cockroach fell on my head. Oh no. The worst part is when like an insect gets into your hair and then it just kind of like you can feel it squirming around inside your hair, getting caught in the hair strands. It's so, it's really gross. Wee. All right, chat. I have gone through all of, or I think most of the stories that were correctly tagged above. Wait a minute. Forget where to go. Yeah, I went through Twitter and I looked for all of the things that were tagged with the hashtag creepypasta. And I'll be going through all the ones that were submitted, kind of working back from the first submitted all the way over to the more recent ones. If you would like to submit one, feel free to do so, but depending on how long the stream goes, I may or may not get to it, because it will fall up into one of the later ones. Yeah. Never understood why things were called copy pastas and not fettuccine alfredo. Fettuccine alfredo. Oh, that one's really good though. That one's really good. I like that one. Okay. On top of that, chat, I have a couple more things. This has been something that we talked about a little while back. Actually, no, not a little while back, quite a long while back. I'll be tossing in a few spooky creepypastas that are a little bit more famous and have been around the internet for a while too. So we're also going to be adding in not just the creepypastas, but also general online famous creepypastas from around the internet. Yeah. I don't really know too many of these, like off the back of my, or off the top of my head. So we're going to be reading through a few, and I will make sure that everyone knows which one it is. I should have like a pop-up or something that says which submission it was. Creepypasta got its name because of one typo on 4chan. It got stuck. Silly typo that got stuck. Oh. Honestly, I can see that. The internet loves its typos. The internet really loves its typos. Alright. So, today, chat, I figured that we should start with a spooky story. And I think we're going to start with the classic one. And I think many people have already heard or read this. But I want to start with the little... I keep using the word classic. We're going to start with the little classic creepypasta. Alright, Jen? That's one that isn't cursed human bacon. Cursed human bacon. Did one of you submit a cursed human bacon creepypasta? That sounds a little crazy. Okay. Let's see. Where was the one that I had? Where did it go? Oh no, I have way too many. Chat, oh no. I have way too many tabs. I can't find it. Where did I put? I don't know where I put it. Oh no, give me just a minute, chat. Let me go. There's a lot of tabs. A lot of tabs. Okay. Here we go. Okay, I found it. Sorry, chat. The coys have submitted quite a lot. Way a lot. Alright, so this one we're gonna start off with a little bit of a classic one. It's kind of short. It won't be too long. There's a few that I do want to read, but a couple of them are quite long. Like, for example, Ben Drowned. That one is about 63 minutes long to read the entirety of, so I think I might hold off on that one until later. But we'll start with a few classics. Yeah. Got my coffee here. It's decaf, it's okay. Alright. I didn't really think about this, but maybe I should have like a title on top. And then just have a thing. Okay. So this one is called the Lavender Town Syndrome. Let me go shrink that a little bit. Place it here. Yeah. Or maybe I shouldn't cover chat. Here, if I do it this way. Like this. So it's easy to read. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, let me correct story. Yeah. Okay, hopefully people will be able to see this as I scroll through. But here we go. Horror story, too many tabs, right? The Lavender Town Syndrome. Also known as the Lavender Town Tone, or Lavender Town Suicides, was a peak of suicides and illness in children between the ages of 7 to 12 shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, back in February 27th, 1996. Rumors say that these suicides and illnesses only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music had extremely high frequencies. The studies showed that only children and young teens can hear, since their ears are much more sensitive. Due to the lavender tone, at least 200 children supposedly committed suicide, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who committed suicide usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not act irrationally complained of severe headaches after listening to Lavender Town's theme. Although Lavender Town now sounds differently depending on the game, this mass hysteria was caused by the first Pokemon game released. After the Lavender Town incident, the programmers had fixed Lavender Town's theme music to be at a lower frequency, and since then, children were no longer affected by it. One video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of Unknown near the end of the audio. This raised controversy since the Unknown didn't appear until Generation 2 games, Pokemon Silver, Gold, and Crystal. The Unknown translate to "Leave Now." There's also the said beta version of Lavender Town. It is said that the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released to some kids to test the games. This is the video of the beta version of Lavender Town. Unfortunately, I cannot play the audio because it'll get me flagged, but it was really quick, very short. Yeah. Me as a kid thought this was real. It is kind of spooky. The whole sensation of Lavender Town is a little eerie, to say the least. Can I play it? No, I think it'll be safer not to play it. Just in case. Because it's a creepypasta, but what if, chat? What if? Alright. Link it? Ooh, that's a good idea. Hang on, let me see if I can link it without... Should be fine. Okay. This is the linked version of the supposed Lavender Town theme. Lavender Town theme. Listen at your own risk. Ooh. Something very short. Something very sweet. Kind of a classic. Alright. Now, let us jump over into reading some of the creepypastas that the Kois have submitted. Ooh. I'm old, so it won't affect me. Let's go. Right, if you're old enough and you can't hear, if you can't hear it, then you should be fine, right? All right. Let's go to Twitter and sort through a few of these. This one is called Careful Not to Be Followed Home. Creepypasta submitted by that works. Yeah. Alright, so this one was submitted by Ixiev5 on Twitter. Alright. The tag simply says, careful of not being followed home. It'll be a great morning for me as I sip my hot Neslo, Milo, and coffee. If it's not for my mom suddenly saying that she saw a thick lock of hair covering her face while she was sleeping last night. Indeed, I know the reason. Dad didn't stop by any place before going home last night again. Your dad forgot to stop by the coffee shop last night after finishing by the river. And yeah, I woke up listening to the sound of rustling cloth and I see hair. Lots of hair. I feel the chills slithering down my back and I kept rubbing my arm, the feeling of hairs rising up. It's only 7 a.m. and my Neslo cools down for some reason. The context being, my dad always went fishing by the river deep inside a forest area, a certain specific place, usually very deep in the forest. There is a precaution or advice told that every time you went on a journey to a place that is abandoned, empty, in the deep forest, or any place that has a weird or strange feeling, remember to stop by the place you find, either a coffee shop or a place filled with people, before going home. Take some time, 30 minutes or so, and drop off anything that's stuck to you, or might be following you, because you don't want them to follow you home. Ooh. Jen, have you ever had any weird lingering feelings, a sensation of being followed or watched as you go outside? Maybe you have the feeling of wanting to go home really quickly, to get back into safety and away from all the negative feelings, but what if, chat? What if going home simply tells whoever is following exactly where you live? Ooh. Axie, thank you so much for your submission. Thank you. It's kind of spooky. I like that though. You know, a tradition, it's called, they call it Papa when we do visit a funeral. A funeral, ooh, that's kind of spooky. I wonder if there actually is. It has never really occurred to me to do that kind of thing, but it makes sense if you go into an area that's kind of spooky or eerie and kind of stands out as a place of, you know, negative energies that you might not want to go rushing straight home afterwards, right? Yeah, so Alexia, thank you so much for your submission. That's why serpentine on the way home. I'm sorry. I have I have the vision, like the image in my head of just like swerving back and forth, trying to shake off the negative energies that might be like sitting on top of the car or the hood. Please be careful though. Please drive safely. Zigzag right. Serpentine, serpentine. You never know when a charge rifle user is camping. Exactly. You don't want to make yourself an easy target. Alright. The next creepypasta that we have is by... Oh. This was submitted by... Oh, come on, OBS. There we go. This is submitted by Solon. Goes by Kol on Twitter. Peter, thank you for the super chat. I had a chilly feeling that I was being watched and it was my boss from my job who saw me. I didn't see them because I looked around, saw nobody. Ooh, that's kind of spooky. I wonder where they were watching from. I think the big thing is like a lot of people forget that things can be above you. I don't know if this is like a maybe maybe it's a video game thing, but like in first-person shooters, people usually don't look up. So like, what if something spooky is floating above you? Gamers don't look up. Exactly. All right, here we go. This story was back when I was in high school. Just like any other rumor or urban story, my school has the creepy and horror things. Although I always brushed it off, thinking, as long as it's not happening to me, I'm all good. Until one day. That one afternoon, around 3 to 4 p.m., my friend and I decided to hang out a bit at school after all the studies that day. When we went back to our class to pick up our bags so we can finally go back home, we met our school's janitor in the hallway. I smiled at him, and we passed by, but then he quickly said something to me. "Oh, kid, I think I've just seen you at the classroom." I was confused. "Huh? No, sir. We're just going back from the cafeteria." He then stared at me. There was a person, looked exactly like you. I thought you were her, but a little pale, though. My friend and I continued our walk to the classroom. We were quiet the whole time. I expected the worst when we finally reached the classroom, but there was nothing. Almost everyone had left, and the school suddenly felt too quiet. And then it clicked. At our school, there's only one rule. No more activities allowed after 5 p.m. And I looked at the time. It was 4:30. Maybe they were warning us that time was about to run out. Ooh. Eerie. Thank you for the submission, Zone. Thank you. Maybe let's chat as a fire. It's okay, chat. It's a warm, helpful fire. Kind of reminds me of Anne, the RPG Maker game that we played recently, where the school has a curfew. You're not allowed to be in the school at a certain time. And then, if you get caught in there, something terrible happens. I can't say that I've ever had a situation like this for myself, of being, like, having a doppelganger, being noticed, or someone that looks like me and a friend mentioning, like, "Oh, hey, Shinri. Like, I just passed by you," and then just thinking to myself, like, no, I wasn't there. I don't know. Kind of eerie. My school's curfew's at 6 p.m. Ooh. I know my school doesn't have a curfew. I've actually not been in a place where curfews are that big of a thing. So for me, it's kind of odd to think about it, but I wonder, what if there's a good reason for a curfew? Not like we don't want the students there, just kind of running around and causing like chaos and vandalism or graffiti, but there's some other sinister reason, something more serious. Reminds me, I had the same experience with this. My friend saw the other me while the real me was in a different place. Oh, I hope your friend is safe. Please do check in on them. What's your witching hour? Mine's 3 a.m. I say mine is 3 a.m. too, but that's because I can't sleep until 3 a.m. usually. Alright, thank you, Son, for the submission. Thank you. Alright, another one. This is gonna be another short submission by Ushijiji. Also goes by Azareth. Remember, kids, never tell your doppelganger your true name. They could be a fae. Always be skeptical. Be on guard whenever you see something that stands out a little bit strangely. Alright, this one, pretty short, but hopefully will be eerie and spooky. Here we go. There was a girl who was enjoying her bath when she suddenly felt weird. She tried ignoring the weird feeling by singing to fill up the silence inside the bathroom. Then, out of nowhere, she heard something outside the bathroom door. There were 2 knocks, followed by someone calling her name. She immediately stopped what she was doing and kept quiet, because what she heard was her mom's voice calling her name. But the thing was, her mom was not home, and she was all alone in the house. Ooh. Short, sweet. It's happened a few times. I don't know how many people have experienced those strange things happening. Follow the voice. Great idea. I will say that I've never heard someone calling my name when I've been alone. Most of the time what usually happens is that I'll hear kind of footsteps, or I'll hear the sounds of, say, like a window opening or closing, or doors being shut. I expected her mom was dead for some years. Sometimes that is a good twist too. Sometimes there is a couple of twists too. That ever happens, make like a bar of soap and slip away. Do you want to? I've been thinking about this. My initial gut reaction to hearing someone else in my house when I'm not expecting guests, or my housemates aren't here, or my housemates have not invited their friends over, my usual response is to go and grab like a baton or something, grab a stick, and then head outside and investigate the noise. So I don't know, like for me, my immediate reaction would be to like kick open the door and be like, who is there? Who's making those noises, right? But I don't know, maybe it'll be different if you're in a more vulnerable position, like in a bathroom, taking a bath or shower. This happened to me as a kid. Heard someone outside say my name, but no one was there. Ooh. That's why you always need to have a spear near your room. Oh no. Woe to the intruder who tries to break into Vesper's house. He's gonna grab that. Hey, Vesper might not be part of the guild anymore, right? But he still has that spear. He's still armed, alright? Peter, thank you for the super chat. Watch The Strangers, loved it. Ooh, I've not seen it. And a backup spear. Yeah, he's got 2. Alright. Azareth, thank you for the submission. Thank you. Alright, let us continue on. Pick a few more. And I don't really have them in any particular order, so we're just going to go with whichever ones show up. Alright, next creepypasta, submitted by Chunblur, also goes by Pure Blue. This is a little longer, but hopefully it'll be just as eerie and off-putting and scary and uncomfortable. What other like descriptive words can we use? Like like a malaise, a feeling of malaise over you, you know? Bone chilling, yeah. There's a few good ones that I remember a while back where unsettling, yeah, there we go. Disquieting. Chat's being like a regular thesaurus right now. Unnerved. Malay? Oh, I mean like malaise. M-A-L-A-I-S-E, I think. It's like a feeling of uneasiness that is over your head. Once when I was a kid, I thought my mom called me. I didn't answer, just went looking for her. Found her and asked if she called. And she said she didn't. Ooh. Spooky, spooky. Alright, chat, here we go. Next one. Oh wait, this is a little small, so I have to zoom in a little bit in order to properly read. I apologize, my eyeballs are getting old and crunchy. I used to have a Doraemon sized pillow gifted by my family on my 8th birthday. It had the head of Doraemon on the top of it, and an elongated torso with tiny limbs at its respective sides. Not to mention, does have the shape similar to a certain peanut-shaped SCP. It was my first huggable pillow, and I really loved it. As a child, I'm only allowed to hug him during my sleep. My parents, specifically my mother, used to be that mysophobia, and they thought that we would mess up the pillow and that they would have to waste the whole day to clean it out. I remember those days that I used to follow so many house rules that closely for a person who were having an Asian family. The first and second night of hugging that Doraemon pillow was a peaceful experience for me. It's all soft and cuddly, as if embracing in a thick snow. Even if I was sleeping in the air-conditioned room, I could still feel the warmth coming from it. The third night of hugging it, I had a terrible nightmare. The dream was all a void, not a single life form to be detected, only the silhouette of a strange statue from afar. I approached it out of curiosity of a child. The more closer I approached the statue, the more visible the shape of the silhouette. Strange. It's getting closer to look at the shape of the pillow that I was hugging all night long. The moment that I stepped in front of it, the statue animated all of a sudden, and it tries to strangle me. It used its whole strength to strangle, attempting to kill me on the spot. My weak strength couldn't beat it. I was running short of breath, crying out loudly to seek help. However, no one answered. Suddenly, I was risen from my bed, and I was awoken by my mother. My mother had seen me all sweaty and even wet. She gently touched my forehead and immediately knew that I had a fever. After that night, I was very badly sick, having fevers, stomach aches. I used to skip class just because I was often sick enough from that horrible experience. However, the nightmares continued as I kept hugging that pillow. It was all the same background, the same statue, the same bloodlust. I started to be aware of the pillow since then. The appearance, it's all cute and huggable. Those emotionless eyes. Seems like it wanted to strangle me to death. I told my mother about the continuous nightmares that I've been having during the time, and soon it spread to the whole household. For someone having quite a superstitious family, after some fortune-telling, I was told that it might be some evil spirits possessing anything that is human-shaped or maybe even dolls. Now that they've mentioned it, it does seem to have some similarities to a doll, except it's a little bigger than a regular doll. Alas, I still felt the possession didn't make any sense at all. My mother had no choice but to throw away that pillow, hoping that it doesn't bother me anymore. Since then, dolls or plushies are neither gifted nor kept in this household, and I've never had a nightmare like that, not ever again. Recently, I've been able to get some plushies for myself, but it doesn't give me the nightmares or even wanted me to die, even after hugging them multiple nights. I wonder how that Doraemon pillow is doing currently. Ooh. That's eerie. That is kind of spooky, yeah. Gives me like Madison vibes, where like a gift, a little present was given to you. Like a little gift. It's in Madison, they have the instant photo camera that was given, but like something about it was a little off, and it made you feel strange and feel weird. You know? Pregnancy pillows. Ooh, that might be good. Yeah. Pure Blue, thank you for the submission. Thank you. Scary part is my bank account is disappearing. Oh no. That is definitely true too. Bank accounts disappearing is spooky. So about those definitely not haunted Tempest mascot plushies. I promise you the Puniko pillow, or the Puniko plushie, it may be haunted by the spirit of Puniko, but Puniko just wants to be loved. So it's haunted, but in a very loving way. Like a very lazy, entitled cat that just wants to laze around. That'd be kind of cute. Like thinking of a plushie with like a cat plushie, right? A little cat plushie that's been possessed by the spirit of a cat. All it does is seek out sun puddles to lie down and rest till it gets warm. I think that'd be very cute. Mercy Snowden, thank you so much for the super chat. It's my birthday and the creepy spooky stories are perfect. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. And happy birthday, Mercy Snowden. Happy birthday. Hope you're able to treat yourself to something nice and tasty. Congrats on surviving another trip around the sun. Happy birthday. Yeah. Alright. Let's move on to... This time, we're going to jump back over to one of the classic spooky stories. And then we'll go back afterwards to read some more creepypastas. This one, I think, is another classic that a lot of people have heard before. I think just the title on its own should be enough to bring back some memories. Ooh. This one is Candle Cove. Oh, never heard this one. I know it's like one of the more like popular ones. Here we go. Candle Cove. It comes most often at night, that little memory gnawing in some corner of your mind, like a rodent chewing the corners of a drywall. The memory of some brightly lit cartoon funland or a world of puppets. A memory of a TV show you would watch, seated cross-legged on the living room floor with a fixed, enthusiastic attention that only a child can give. Attention that you wish now you perhaps hadn't given so freely. For there's something about that show, something about the discordant music, the details of the characters, their motivations and the storylines, the fixed maniacal grins that seems, looking back, to be altogether too sinister to be a child show. You block the memory out, and yet, there in the back of your mind, most often at night, the puppet's fixed grin keeps on smiling. These are forum posts posted by Sky Shale 033. Subject: Candle Cove Local Kids Show. Does anyone remember this kids show? It was called Candle Cove, and I must have been 6 or 7. I've never found reference to it anywhere, so I think it was on a local station around 1971 or 1972. I lived in Ironton at the time. I don't remember which station, but I do remember it was on a weird time, like 4 p.m. Mike Painter. It seems really familiar to me. I grew up outside of Ashland and was 9 years old in 72. Candle Cove. Was it about pirates? I remember a pirate marionette at the mouth of a cave talking to a little girl. Sky Shale. Yeah, okay, I'm not crazy. I remember Pirate Percy. I was always kind of scared of him. He looked like he was built on parts of other dolls, real low budget. His head was an old porcelain baby doll. Looked like an antique that didn't belong on the body. I don't remember what the station was. I don't think this was WTSF though. Jaren. Sorry to resurrect this old thread, but I know exactly what show you're talking about, Skyshale. I think Candle Cove ran for only a couple of months in 71, not 72. I was 12 and I watched it a few times with my brother. It was channel 58, whatever station that was. My mom would let me switch to it after the news. Let me see what I remember. It took place in Candle Cove, and it was about a little girl who imagined herself to be friends with pirates. The pirate ship was called the Laughingstock, and Pirate Percy wasn't a very good pirate, because he got scared too easily. And there was Calliope music constantly playing. I don't remember the girl's name though. Janice or Jade or something. I think it was Janice. Skyshale. Thank you, Jaren. Memories flooded back when you mentioned Laughingstock in Channel 58. I remember the bow of the ship was a wooden smiling face with the lower jaw submerged. It looked like it was swallowing the sea and had that awful Ed Wynn voice and laugh. I especially remember how jarring it was when they switched from the wooden plastic bottle to the foam puppet version of the head that talked. Mike Painter. I remember now too. Do you remember this part, Skyshale? You have to go inside. Skyshale. Mike. I got a chill reading that. Yeah, I remember. That's what the ship always told Percy when there was a spooky place that he had to go in, like a cave or a dark room where the treasure was. And the camera would push in on Laughingstock's face with each pause. You have to go inside. With his two eyes askew and that flopping foam jaw and the fishing line that opened and closed. It looked so cheap and awful. You guys remember the villain? He had a face that was just handlebar mustache above a really tall, narrow teeth. Kevin. I honestly thought the villain was Pirate Percy. I was about 5 when the show was on. Nightmare fuel. Jaren. That wasn't the villain. The puppet with the mustache. That was the villain's sidekick, Horace Horrible. He had a monocle too, but it was on the top of the mustache. I used to think that he meant he only had one eye. But yeah, the villain was another marionette, the Skin Taker. I can't believe what they let us watch back then. Kevin. Jesus H. Christ, the Skin Taker. What kind of a kid's show were we watching? Seriously could not look at the screen when the Skin Taker showed up. Just descended out of nowhere on his strings. Just a dirty skeleton wearing that brown top hat and cape. And his glass eyes that were too big for his skull. Christ almighty. Skyshale. Wasn't his top hat and cloak all sewn up crazily? Was it supposed to be children's skin? Mike. Yeah, I think so. Remember, his mouth didn't open and close. His jaw just slid back and forth. I remember the little girl saying, "Why does your mouth move like that?" And the Skin Taker didn't look at the girl but to the camera and said, "To grind your skin." Skyshale. I'm so relieved that other people remember the terrible show. I used to have this awful memory. A bad dream where the opening jingle ended and the show faded in from black. And all the characters were there, but the camera was just cutting to each of their faces. And they were screaming. The puppets and marionettes were flailing spastically. And just all screaming. Screaming. The girl was just moaning and crying like she had been through hours of this. I woke up many times from that nightmare. I used to wet the bed when I had it. Kevin, I don't think that was a dream. I remember that. I remember the episode. Skyshale. No. Not possible. There was no plot or anything. I mean, literally just standing in place, crying and screaming for the whole show. Kevin. Maybe I'm manufacturing the memory because you said that, but I swear to God, I remember seeing what you described. They just screamed. Jaren. Oh God, yeah. The little girl, Janice. I remember seeing her shake, and the skin taker screaming through his gnashing teeth, his jaw careening so wildly I thought it would come off its wire hinges. I turned it off, and the last time I watched, I ran to tell my brother, and he didn't have the courage to turn it back on. Mike. I visited my mom today at the nursing home. I asked her about when I was little in the early 70s, when I was around 8 or 9, and if she remembered a kids show called Cove. She said she was surprised that I could remember that, and I asked why. She said, because I used to think it was so strange that you said, I'm gonna go watch the Candle Cove now, Mom. And then you would tune the TV to static and just watch dead air for 30 minutes. You had a big imagination with your little pirate show. Oh my God. Ooh. That is eerie. That's why it's a classic now, isn't it? Credit to Chris Straub for writing the original author of Candle Cove. Ooh. Spooky, spooky. There's the kicker. I already knew this one, but it's pretty cool hearing Shinri's retelling. Yeah. It's one of the classics. Chat, now this is a question. Do you remember any children's show that you may have watched? Maybe one that's left a lasting memory on you. Such a creepy classic, yeah. Skin taker as partner material. Kids shows being secretly haunted is the scariest thing. Let the game amend the adventure. Yeah. I know that's a pretty big one. Like children's show horror, cartoon horror, and mascot horror, I think. Uncle Grandpa, Mummies Alive. I think Mummies Alive was a real one. I remember, yeah, I'm pretty sure Mummies Alive was a real show. I don't think that one was like a spooky one then. Balamori? Return the Slab. Courage the Cowardly Dog, yeah. It just makes you wonder, like, how many of our memories are really memories or just things that our brains have kind of warped to making us think that these really happened, you know? Captain Kangaroo and Lucy's Toy Shop were kids shows from my childhood. I can't say that I'm familiar with those. Still have the Mummies Alive theme song. Maybe one day we'll do like a watch along of just like old opening theme songs of old cartoons and stuff. Candle Cove was made into a real TV show for real. Ooh. It'd be cool to see. I haven't seen it yet though, but I'm really curious to know how places would take creepypasta like this and then adapt it to modern audiences. This really isn't spoopy, but a children's tale. But for some reason, I remember I was at a birthday party or something when I was young, and I saw a Ninjago episode where Zabe learned that he was a robot. Oh. I apologize, I'm actually not familiar with Ninjago. Alright, we're gonna go back to reading a few creepypastas. And this one is submitted by... Oh, gets cut off a little bit. There we go. Lost Winter Lotus. Yeah. Here we go, chat. I'm a child of the 60s, 70s, so not sure if you're... So I'm sure you're not familiar. Ah, that would make sense, yeah. More koi pastas. Here we go, chat. This submission is titled Tunnels. Back during college break, a few of my friends decided that it would be good to take a trip back to the small town by the beach where I grew up. Me and 3 other friends, Alex, Sam, and Mary, drove there. During the car ride, I sat in the back with Mary. After a 2-hour drive from the city, we reached the tunnel towards my hometown. I don't particularly hate tunnels. I just hate this one. This long tunnel that leads home. I always dreaded going through it because of a spooky tale that my parents used to tell me. As kids, we were always told to close our eyes during the long tunnel ride. The tales told us we're never to answer anything we hear or believe anything we see, or else a monster will steal us away. We always shut our eyes tightly until we could feel a bright light shining through our eyelids, or until our mother told us that it was okay for us to open our eyes. Even knowing that it might just be superstition to keep children quiet, I still close my eyes. I still close my eyes at the side of the tunnel, a habit even into childhood. And this time was no different. As the sunlight slowly fades away, we enter the tunnel, and the light is replaced by the fluorescent lights inside. I start to close my eyes as I listen to Alex and Sam continue chatting happily with each other, and I let dark, grainy bits of darkness cover my sight. It was only then that I felt something was wrong. About 15 seconds after we went in, I heard a strange voice whispering, "Open your eyes." I flinched, thinking that I might be one of my friends. I tried opening my eyes, but at the same time, I felt a pair of hands grab hold of my eyes in panic, putting force down to keep my eyes from opening. "Keep them closed," Mary said. Behind her voice, I heard the sound of cars honking and the tires screeching. "Keep them closed," she repeated in a heavier tone. "Darn it. I hope it'll keep driving," she whispered, far away from me. "Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes." The voice beside my ear spoke louder and clearer this time. The dark, grainy view under my eyelids. They slowly became little tiny stars that formed into patterns the longer I tried to see in the dark. Among them, a pair of red, glowing eyes slowly began to form. They multiplied, and more red eyes began to appear in front and around me, staring at me. "Open them, open them, open them, open them, open them, open them." More and more voices started to scream, and they grew louder and louder, beside me, behind me, in front of me. I fought to not see them, to divert my eyes, but how else can I look away when my eyes are already closed? As the voices got louder and louder, the grip of Mary's hands over my eyes got tighter. Don't open them. Keep them closed. Mary muttered over the voices while pulling my head into her embrace, as if she was trying to help silence the other voices. Open them. Open them. Open them. The glowing red eyes got closer and closer to me while they chanted louder and faster. In the dark, all the glowing eyes drew closer and closer. Blurry forms began to collect together in the darkness, creeping closer to me. At the back of those eyes, a pair of long, slender hands or claws. Inching, reaching, clawing towards me. Open them, and you'll... That was the last straw. Before they could finish their sentence, I flung my eyes wide open. Among the starry patterns, I found sunlight at the end of the tunnel. But Mary was nowhere to be found. I turned, and I saw Mary, sitting beside me, reading the same book that she had before we entered the tunnel. She noticed me staring and looks back at me questioningly. What's wrong? What happened? What does she mean, what's wrong? I turned, trying to look back into the tunnel, only to be stopped by Mary. Don't, she said. Nothing happened. She glared at me. The rest of the trip was okay. I noticed Alex and Sam were unbothered by the tunnel. Only Mary and I had this weird encounter, which we both have refused to acknowledge during our trip. Going back into the city, though, I decided to keep my eyes open. I want to know. I want to find out. But nothing happened. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The tunnel looked like any other tunnel. A few years back, my parents moved out from the town, and I never went back. It's almost been a decade since. Mary still avoids me whenever I try to bring up what happened. I still have a lot of questions, but now I'm not sure if I want any answers. I'm not sure if I want to know what was at the end of that sentence. The end. Ooh. That was Tunnel, submitted by Lost Winter Lotus. What was happening in the tunnels? What was in there? Who was talking? And more importantly, why didn't Mary want to talk about what happened? Why was she so avoidant when it came to talking about that? Maybe it was just a prank. Just a prank. Maybe. Who knows though, chat? Who knows? Lost, thank you so much for your submission. Thank you. Why just them? Yeah. Why just them? Why didn't Alex or Sam notice anything strange? Mary being a guardian angel is kind of cool. Yeah, it's kind of cool, but like, it almost seemed like Mary knew more. That she knew something was going on more than she wanted to let on, you know? Yeah, thank you for the submission. Ooh. All right, let's grab another one. Okay. Mary always knows more, but the people that were talking were souls trapped in the tunnel but looking for a way to get out by another person's body. Sadly, Mary failed to protect her body. Is that why? To keep your eyes closed, but maybe she was trying to help someone else. Maybe she was trying to help you. Ooh. Alright, chat. We're gonna move on to another story. Not married with the heroic sacrifice. I can vibe with that though. Alright. This one has a image attached to it. A nice little graphical image. For those of you who are listening to this, I will describe the image later on once we show it after we finish reading it. But it is a nice little spooky image. Let me get that ready so that we can see it. And then, alright. Moving on to the next submission is a submission by Sked311. Yeah. So a jump scare image. It is a little bit spooky. It is a little bit creepy. It is a depiction of, well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll hear what it is. So let me go ahead and read the story first, and then I will bring out the image afterwards. But it is kind of spooky. Alright, this one was submitted by Sked311. Here we go. Back in 2016, I was just chilling in my room and scrolling through Twitter. Around 8 p.m., the power went off because of a big storm. Then I went to my living room to bring the emergency lamp to my room. After that, I was just laying on my bed and chatting with my friend, and my eyes felt kind of heavy. So, I'm about to shut my eyes, but suddenly, the right side of my body feels so heavy. I can't move my left hand and my left foot. I'm so curious about what happened with the left side of my body. Then I turned my head to the left, and I saw a creepy lady with bloody eyes and fangs looking into my face, and she grabbed my left hand. I was in shock, and I heard the footsteps of my dad in front of my room. I tried so hard to scream, but I couldn't, and it felt like my mouth got shut. Then I turned my head to the right as I tried to grab the blanket with my right foot and cover my head and body with the blanket. Then I prayed to God in my heart to save me and to banish her from here. I'm so glad God got to hear my prayers. She was finally gone, and I could finally move the left side of my body. And then I ran to my parents' room. I never told them about this because I was too paranoid that she'd be back. Ooh, spooky. I wonder what kind of creatures and entities are out there waiting to take advantage of a power outage when the lights go off and it gets harder to see in the dark. Let me go ahead and now share the image of the spooky lady. I will warn you, it is a little bit scary. It is kind of spooky looking. And let me go shrink it down a little bit so it's not too terrifying. Here we go. And there is the spooky lady that was sitting over, or I guess standing over, holding down the left side of Sked's body. Ooh, spooky. Dibs on the spooky lady's phone number. There's also a little diagram at the top of what was going on, what it looked like, what it felt like. Ooh. Rater out of 10. I'd say like it's 7. I would need to see the full outfit, like the full getup. The nails, yeah. Sleep paralysis for you, yeah. Sleep paralysis demons can all take very different and like wildly varying forms, in my experience. The one that I usually had whenever I had the sleep paralysis demon was like a fuzzy black mass, I think. Like if you could imagine smoke just like a big rock made of smoke, like really dense, heavy smoke, sitting on top of your chest. That's the one that I see, but I wonder what kind of sleep paralysis demons that you see. A pet cat. The cat is just, oh, the sleep paralysis demon, but it's just a cat. Cute. Like Lost? Yeah. A Sit Sprite. Like the really cute ones from, was it Spirited Away in the boiler room? Very cute. Alright. Dev, thank you so much for your submission. Thank you. Just want to say thank you for the calm, sweet streams, the ones I've seen so far. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. Alright, let us continue on. It's an evil Flayon. An evil Flayon sitting on your chest. Alright, the next submission is by Sarika. Let me go ahead and get this one up. Ooh, mine was just a generic demon, blah. But maybe you can help it not be a generic demon, like give it like a nice little makeup routine or skincare routine. All right, give me just a minute. Let me go pull this one up real quick, and there we go. All right, this one is apparently a real event. Ooh, based on a true story, or is in fact a real true story. Here we go. This happened on June 24th in the Correlative Discord server. There are about 5 or 6 of us in the voice chat. Some were muted, doing their own thing, while others were actively rambling. I was listening for a while, but eventually wanted to focus on other stuff, so I decided to mute and deafen myself. While I was focused on whatever, I see someone say in chat, "Rika, did you say something?" Confused, I switched windows and start typing back, "No, I'm muted and deafened." The person sends a couple more texts. "Oh, okay. I thought I heard your voice." Thinking that they were just pulling a cheeky prank on me, I replied back with, "Mike is haunted, call Shinri." To which another person asks, I assume is with genuine concern, "You good, Rika?" This causes me to realize that this may not be a prank after all, so I unmuted myself and said out loud, "What's happening?" Commotion erupts. Everyone starts speaking all at once, but their message was essentially the same. "We heard your voice." Me. I was muted and deafened, and even before that I was silent because I was listening. Another person replied, "We literally heard your voice coming through. We were all talking, and then we all stopped because we heard you say, 'Hey.'" Me. That's impossible. And I reiterate that I was muted and deafened once again. Person. Your icon literally lit up green, and it was your voice. You said, "Hey," like you were trying to get our attention. Still trying to come up with a logical explanation for this. I believe in the paranormal, but I do try to rationalize things before I hypothesize the supernatural may be responsible. I suggest that it could be from my music playing, and the person said no, stating again that they heard my voice. What if I mute and deafen myself again? I hit the buttons and sit there for a moment. Nope, nothing. Rika, we're hearing nothing. I unmuted myself and exclaimed that this situation is truly very weird. Finally realizing that this supernatural happening could be true, and knowing that my friends wouldn't lie about these things, my body reacted. Getting chills down my spine and forming goosebumps on my arms and legs forced me to realize that this was serious. In an attempt to lighten the mood, I started joking around and saying that I have a ghost in my room or that my microphone is haunted. We were able to move on quickly as more people joined the voice call, but this kind of still freaks me out. Ooh. Thank you so much for your submission. Surika, thank you. Church, thank you for the super chat. I fully remember this happening. I was there. The Discord server is haunted. Wait, is it real? Did this actually happen? Teshitana, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a wonderful night. Get lots of sleep and rest. Did it really happen? I wonder. Chat, for those of you who were in the collective, it actually happened. For those of you who were in the collective Discord server, what did you hear? What did you see? You have a Discord server? It's not an official one. I'm not allowed to like host an official Discord server, and there really aren't any official ones for us here in HOLOLIVE. But there are some community servers that people have created and joined, and I'm guessing it happened in that one. It's all the ghosts that you keep bringing up. Church, I was the one who told her that her icon lit up. Ooh, that's kind of spooky. I heard it secondhand. What if you were like playing a game and like someone's Fuki, the little reactive Discord emote or the image starts like lighting up even though they're not saying anything? I heard her yell saying, "Hey." I was there. Wow. That's kind of spooky. Kunti-chan wanted to join. Oh. If Kunti-chan does join, make sure that she understands how to read all the server rules, I suppose. I'm assuming that there are server rules. But yeah. Sarika, thank you for the submission. Thank you. With all the game streaming plays that have supernatural forces, only a matter of time before one of them broke free and haunted us. Maybe they just want some friends because they're trapped inside a video game for too long. Thank you so much for the submission. All right. Let's go and pick a couple more. Ooh. This one was submitted by... Oh, let me get this up. Hopefully it fits. Oh, no, it's too long. There we go. This one was submitted by Cage Nightwind. The caption says, "It's not amazing, but it's my true story." More true stories. I wonder if this is a thing that like those who are really into the spooky and the scary, the occult and the eerie end up maybe just with our affinity for spooky things. Maybe in a way we are attracting or acting as a beacon for spooky things happening. Maybe? Who knows? Alright. This is by Cage Nightwind. So, this isn't exceptionally terrifying and certainly won't give any bad dreams, but it's a true story that happened to me. When I was much younger, I was told the story before my time. A late family member that I never knew personally was apparently fond of playing the piano. There was a time, or so I'm told, that the piano opened and started playing by itself. My grandfather told her to knock it off by name, and the playing stopped. I mostly believed the story, but as with any supernatural tale, I took it with a grain of salt. Flash forward some years. My parents are divorced, but I regularly visited my father on weekends, and at the time he was still living in the house where it had happened. I was sitting at the computer and thought, I forgot how the topic came up. And I had decided to tell the previously detailed story about the piano to a friend of mine online. As I started getting into the meat of the story, all sent as one big wall of text, mind you, I heard a thunking on the ceiling above me. I was on the top floor, and the only thing above me was the attic, and that was neither the trunk of a rogue mouse that could make. Not that there was ever an issue with them. Nor the sound of something falling over. It was a loud and deliberate thunk on the ceiling directly above me, loud enough that I'd hear it, but quiet enough that nobody else in the room questioned it. I took the hint. I deleted the entire message and never brought it up again in the stylist until I went home later. I believe she was telling me not to tell the story for whatever reason. I admit it could have been coincidence, but the timing was just so spot on, and the sound was directly above me, so it's hard to believe that it was. For various family reasons that I don't go into here, that house has now been sold. I hope she's at rest now or can live in peace with whoever moved in. Ooh. Thank you so much for your submission, Cage Nightwind. A spooky haunted piano with the ghost that plays. I wonder if the thunk... I wonder what could have made the noise. Not my problem now. I wonder what it must have been like if you were selling a house and you conveniently left out the fact that it was haunted. I wonder, would they know? Shinri, you can play the piano. A little bit. I will admit that I have not been playing or practicing that often recently, but I'm gonna try to do so once I'm on my break. Currently making fan art for you for a future Ita bag. Thank you. Thank you. At least it's not a deadly piano, yeah. Might be a plus for some people. What if they're like a... I don't know. I'm gonna keep saying the same joke over and over again. What if they're single and like we're down to help teach how to play piano? I could learn, chat. Give me just a minute, chat. Let me go ahead and adjust some of the volume of a few things. Oh, oops. Apologies, that was a little loud. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that the volumes were kind of coming through a bit more. Yeah. Think you're legally not allowed to leave out bad history when selling a house? That's stigmatized real estate. Well, it's not really stigmatized in the sense of like a murder taking place or maybe, you know, a death or a killing or something. But what if it was just the haunted part of it, you know? No murder, just a spooky piano that loves to play by itself. Free lessons are free. Cage Nightland, thank you for your submission. Thank you. All right. Gonna go pick one more, and then gonna jump back over to some more popular, famous creepypastas. All right, this one was submitted by Siren Phoenix. There we go. It's all okay, not cut off. Yeah. When I was house hunting in 2020, someone advertised their home as haunted, and I was walking up. Ooh, I would love to check it out. Imagine you played the wrong notes, go to the bathroom, and when you write, the piano starts playing Megalovania. Oh my goodness. Like a ghost pianist, like just playing piano songs, and you're like, hey, let me introduce you to some bangers from the 21st century. You aren't ready for this one yet. Just toying with the thumbnail, it's adorable. Yeah. Hang on. Let me just double check. The thumbnail was drawn by Inchells. It is listed in the description, so please go check out the official source. Why do I hear boss music? Alright, chat. Here we go. Submitted by Siren Phoenix. The title of this one is called Don't Go Near the Water. Ooh. that super chat. Any chance of doing another stream? I've been having a lot of fun, so definitely. I don't know when, but definitely. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for the super chat. Don't go near the water. In the months since they moved here, Timothy had always heard the warning whenever he went into the woods near the house. It didn't matter what he was going to do in the woods. That was the only warning he received. That might be because his parents' work involved something in the woods. If they're giving him the warning to avoid the water, that might be where their research is focused. After all, despite their warnings, he's never seen any sort of water in the woods. Well, tonight, he's going to try and find it. When there was no movement in the house, Timothy slipped out under the cover of night into the woods that he mostly knew. There was only one path that he never took, and that was the one his parents took when they went to work. With only a phone flashlight to guide him, he carefully navigated down the winding, unknown path. The path is long, but Timothy knows that he's on the right path when it comes to cross markings on the ground. It's still covered by leaves, but there's a familiar curve to the mark that resembles a logo that he saw on his dad's ID card. Slowly, the leaf-covered dirt path makes way to a sheet metal and security gate, guarded with cameras and a patrolling guard. He waits for the patrolling guard to pass by before squeezing through a gap in the sliding door, out of sight of the cameras. Timothy can't help but wonder why his parents were so insistent on him avoiding the water, let alone why there would be so many security measures put in place around it. He knew that his parents worked in research for some security facility, but some of the stories they tell made it sound more like a weird zoo. Timothy freezes when he hears movement further down the path. Looking around frantically, he presses himself into a corner and turns off his flashlight. He can hear the faint "User CRVs within acceptable limits" before the sound of approaching footsteps echo through the tunnel. Timothy holds his breath as the footsteps get closer to his hiding spot. He should have tried to find a better place to hide, but there's no time to worry about that now. A few agonizing minutes pass before the echoing footsteps fade away. Timothy releases the breath that he was holding and carefully crawls out of his hiding place. He hurries down the tunnel, keeping to the shadows in case anyone else happens to be nearby. The tunnel soon peels away to reveal the open night sky, with a path leading to a dock overlooking a large, tranquil lake. If it weren't for the red security tape and tall computer on the dock, it would have been mistaken for a postcard. Timothy opens the camera app on his phone and starts taking pictures. He probably won't be able to come back for a while, so he might as well take some pictures for the memories. He turns around to take pictures of the facility behind him, trying his best to obscure the company name of the building. Checking the picture, only the SC is visible, so he should be clear from any repercussions. Timothy turns the phone back to the lake, hoping to get a picture of the lake reflecting the moon. A particular reflection in the lake catches his eye. He blinks a few times before using the phone to zoom in to the reflection. Is that a face? Timothy lowers his phone to look at the lake again. Stepping closer to the edge of the dock, he notices more faces in the water. Are these dead bodies? A chill goes down his spine. Is this why his parents want him to stay away from the lake? Was this a dumping site for a murderer? Timothy considers turning back to try and forget this night, but a certain body in the water stops him. Is that Jennifer? It is. And Bobby, too. We were in the same class. We went on the field trip to the lake. Has this been where they've been stuck? I need to head in and help them. Timothy jumps down from the dock and starts wading towards the body he believes is Jennifer. Despite how far he wades into the lake, he never seems to be getting closer to Jennifer. But he can't stop now. He has to help them. He can hear them calling to him. He has to help them. They're calling to him. He has to help them. Help them. Join them. He has to join them. The water starts filling his lungs. Despite the pain, he feels serene. He's back with his friends. He answered their call. And now they wait for their other classmates to come back. Ooh. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Ooh. That was submitted by Siren Phoenix. Great inspiration from a very popular spooky, wasn't a spooky short, spooky video. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Yeah, us getting new kois. That'd be a, kind of a spooky but also very cute way to get new friends. Thank you, Simon Phoenix. Thank you. Ooh. I think this is how these stories get embellished and grow, and they keep evolving over time, because they posit a very simple premise. Nothing too scary, nothing too detailed, or nothing too crazy when it comes to world building. Simply just, you do not recognize the bodies in the water. Just that. And then everyone else around it, as they read, as they get inspired from it, they take it and they create their own stories. They create their own world around just that one prompt. It's kind of like how the back room started as a very simple image of a pale fluorescent light filled hallway with tacky yellow wallpaper. But now it has evolved and grown as people added their own twists and their own stories to it. It's really cool. Yeah. Thank you so much for the submission. Let's go. I love writing stories. Yeah, you get to see so many, many spins, so many takes on it. It's really cool. Yeah. Your mind is a beautiful place. Shucks. Alright, we're gonna keep going for more spooky stories chat. Let me go pull up the next one. This one will be let's see, there's a few that I wanted to see. This one's unfortunately a little bit too long. Okay. Oh, got it. I do want to read a few of the really long ones, but I worry that that one must be its own thing. It's gotta be its own thing at that point. Excuse me. One of the creepypastas I want to read is 2 hours long. The crux of the class of 76 canon. I can't say I'm familiar with that one. Should we try reading the 2 hour long story chat? That's the only thing we will do for the entirety of the rest of the stream, though. I have 2 hours to spare. No, the 2 hour long one that I want to read is Ted the Caver. I really want to read Ted the Caver, but it is very, very long. It's very long, unfortunately. We'll have to save that one for another one, another stream. All right, here we go. This one is, oh, where did it go? Oh, that's strange. I meant, did it, oh, strange. It really reset itself. This one is called Smile Dog. Yeah. Jeff the Killer? Jeff the Killer is about half an hour long. Maybe we can fit that one. I think we can fit that one in. Smile Dog. Alright, chat. Are you familiar with the image of the Smile Dog, chat? I don't know if you are or not, but I will show you the image afterwards. I actually believe that when I'll read it. Okay, I'll show you the image. Do keep in mind that because it is artwork that like art that someone else has created, that part of the VOD will disappear. We'll have to filter out that portion and trim it out. But while we're here live, at least you'll be able to see what it looks like. And for those of you who are listening to the VOD and trying to figure out what Smile Dog looks like, there is a very creepy, spooky picture of a dog that appears to be smiling, but it is a Polaroid picture with bloody fingerprints on it. So please keep that in mind. It is kind of spooky. Maybe just link the image. Oh yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Let me go and, oh gosh. How would I do this? Do we just toss it into chat? I guess I can toss it into chat. Okay, so here is the image of the Smile Dog. It is a very disquieting and uncomfortable looking image of a dog. It appears to be like a husky, smiling and grinning at you, but the Polaroid photo has some bloody fingerprints on it. So it is a little spooky before you click that. Here we go, chat. Smile Dog. Oh, it's an error? Oh no. I guess it's not. Hang on. It's an error. Oh no. Apologies, chat. I'll just post it. I'll just share it on stream. It'll be one thing that you can be something that you can go Google it. Yeah, just look it up. It's on Google. Is it the husky one? Yeah, it's the husky one. All right. Here we go, chat. Smile Dog. I first met in person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I had arranged with her husband for 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman but rather an amateur writer, gathering information for a few college assignments, and, if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business. But at the last moment, Mary changed her mind and locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom door. I was listening and taking notes while he attempted fruitlessly to calm his wife. The things that Mary said made little sense, but fit with the pattern that I was expecting. Though I could not see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying, and, more often than not, her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe in her dreams, her nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time I could perhaps find another similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the sysop for a small Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992 when she first encountered smile.jpg. JPEG. And her life was changed forever. She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only one who has spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous, or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in the 10th grade, Smile.jpg was the first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what was sometimes referred to as smile dog, the Smile.jpg is reputed to display. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of the cyber legend and my proclivity towards such things, was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists, other than as a rumor or a hoax. It is unique because, though the entire phenomena centers around a picture file, that file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly, many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan, particularly on the X-focused paranormal subboard. It is suspected that these are fakes because they do not have the effect of the true Smile.jpg is believed to have, namely the sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and the acute anxiety. This purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons why the phantom-like Smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is patently absurd. Though, depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge Smile.jpg's existence might be just as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Neither Smile.jpg nor Smile.dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, though the website features articles on such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites such as Hello.jpg. Any attempt to create a page pertaining to Smile.jpg is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. Encounters with Smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E's story is not unique, and there are unverified rumors that Smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Usenet, and even one persistent tale that 2002 a hacker flooded the forum of humor and satire website Something Awful with a deluge of Smile.dog pictures, rendering almost half of the forum's users at the time epileptic. It is also said that the mid to late 90s that Smile.jpg circulated on Usenet and as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile, God loves you." Yet, despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them, and no trace of the file or any link has ever been discovered. Those who have claimed to seen Smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offer the same description of the photo. A dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of the camera, sits in a dim room, with the only background detail being visible out of a human hand extending from the darkness near the left side of the frame. The hand is empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split with a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very straight, very sharp, and very human-like teeth. This is, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims, who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time that they are in reality having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to... Oh, there it is. These fits are reported to continue indeterminably, often while the victim sleeps, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some cases it is more effective than others. Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That was why, after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, and mailing lists, hoping to find the name of the supposed victim of Smile.jpg, who felt more interested in talking about the experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits, since I had begun my freshman year at college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008. Mary's email. Subject: Last summer's interview. Dear Mr. L., I am incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was not a fault of yours, but rather my own problems that had led me to act out as I did. I realize that I could have handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years, I had been haunted by Smile.jpg. Smile Dog comes to me in my sleep every night. I know that sounds silly, but it is true. There is an ineffable quality about my dreams, my nightmares, that makes them completely unlike real dreams I've ever had. I do not move. I do not speak. I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is the scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand. I see Smile.dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, though I am not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone only if I do as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demand. And I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show someone. It wants me to show it to someone else. And I could. The week after my incident, I received in the mail a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was a 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker. I could even show it to Terrence, as much as the idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? Well, if Smile Dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet, if it lied, what would I do? Who is to say that something worse would come? Who's to say that something worse would not come for me if I did as the creature asked? So, I did nothing for 15 years, though I kept the diskette hidden amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile Dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong, though there have been hard times. Many of my fellow victims on the BBS board when I first encountered Smile.jpg stopped posting. I heard that some of them had committed suicide. Others remained completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They are the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L. But last summer, when you contacted me and my husband about the interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided that I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile Dog was lying or not. I just wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought that I would not feel sorrow if you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your own fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing. I was plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought, and in fact I still cannot. I am ashamed, Mr. L, and I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile.jpg. You may in time encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly more depraved. Someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile Dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E. Terrence contacted me later that month with news that his wife had killed herself. While cleaning up the various things she left behind, closing email accounts and the like, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He found the diskette, he revealed, and burned it until it was nothing more than a stinking pile of blackened plastic. That part was most disturbing, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted, like some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first I had thought perhaps it was a joke, by which the couple belatedly playing with the whole situation in order to get a rise out of me. I quickly checked several of Chicago's newspapers' online obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I had decided that, for at the time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of Smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up in the middle of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I had returned from a disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email from Elsa. Subject: Smile. Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. The list your profile said that you are interested in Smile Dog. I have saw it is not as bad as everyone says, and I've sent it to you here. Just spreading the word. The final line chilled me to the bone. According to the email client, there was one file attachment called, naturally, Smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It was most likely a fake, I imagined, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of Smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E.'s account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what Smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were patently absurd, why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile.dog came to me in my dreams demanding that I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give it in until I died, or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put at rest? And if I chose the latter route, how would I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? I went through my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile.jpg. I decided I could attach it as evidence. And anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming Smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could. Ooh. Ooh. to see a chat? Do you want to see smile.dog? Are you ready for it? Send this dog to 10 of your friends to stop the curse. Mickey, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. No thanks, I already saw it. Let's have it. Okay, I will show it. It's not the real thing. No, it's not. I think this is a fake. This is similar to it, but I think this is one of those, like, kind of looks real, but is probably most likely just a artist's recreation of it. Is the real doggo? Who knows? Who knows? All right. Feel free to close your eyes and avoid it. We'll only show it for a couple of seconds. All right, chat? Okay, close your eyes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And here is the image. There's the image of smile.jpg. And as it is described, it is an image of a dog. Looks like it's smiling, a husky with its mouth open, showing a row of very white, very human-like teeth with some bloody fingerprints on it. And then this portion of the VOD will go away as we trim that out to make sure that we don't get bonked or anything. But now the image is gone, so if you'd like to open your eyes once more, you can go ahead and check it out. Yeah. Smiling, right? Just a happy smile. That's all it is. Yeah. So that was Smile Dog. Very popular creepypasta from the olden days of the internet. I always thought that this creepypasta was goofy, but damn, your narration really sells it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Are we cursed now? Do you want to spread the word? Do you want to spread the word, chat? The lack of info is because people decided not to spread the word or caused others to suffer. Who really knows? Maybe they tried to spread the word, or maybe they were resisting and were unable to. Aran, thank you for reading the membership. It's morning now and I'm very, very sleepy. Listening to your voice feels really good. Thank you for the good morning. Good morning. Hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for reading the membership. Ooh. Am I gonna have nightmares since I googled it? You should be fine. I think a majority of the Smile Dog images out there are not the real ones. I think they are just the wait, excuse me. I think they're just like artist recreations or like interpretations of what it was. Pay you, thank you so much for reaping the membership. Okoidi, okoidi, thank you, thank you. Alright. It's an ad for dentures. I remember there was like a dog treat toy. I forget what it's called. They're like green. They look like green drumsticks, like turkey legs, like kind of small, and they look like I think they're supposed to be brushes, but I'm not sure, but on the top it features like a picture of a dog that's smiling with human teeth, and it looks very odd. Greenies? Is that the one? Greenies? Yeah, they look like little brushes. Yeah, those. Alright, chat. Let us return to creepypasta submitted by the community. Submitted by... Here we go. This one was submitted by Antigone. Let's go. The dog seriously have better teeth than me. Honestly, the dog has better teeth than me too, but I think it's Photoshop. It may just be Photoshop. This was many years ago when I was very little. I was in elementary school at the time, but one day, while visiting my cousin with my father in another town, I hung out with her in her upstairs bedroom on the second floor of the house. We would play with toys, watch anime, etc. I decided to go downstairs for something, although I don't really remember what it was. I recall going downstairs and my dad looked at me and said, "Aren't you in the basement?" And I replied, "No, I was upstairs." I remember the confused expression my dad had on his face. He then told me, "I heard you calling for me downstairs. I called back to you to find out what you wanted, but you didn't respond." I was confused at a young age and didn't know what to say, so all I said was, I wasn't downstairs. My dad decided to drop the topic and told me to forget about it. Many years passed by while I was in high school. My dad and I were spending time together when he asked me, "Do you remember the time when I heard your voice in the basement and you said you were upstairs?" And I said, "Yeah, I still do. I can't forget about it." You know, this sounds like a skinwalker now that I think about it. I told my father about skinwalkers and was very shocked to learn about them. Then my dad said, "I almost went down to the basement to check on you, but right as I was about to do that, you showed up next to me." And I said, "It's a really good thing you didn't go downstairs then, because I would have lost you forever." Ooh. This is now the second story we've had of our friends and family encountering doppelgangers, people who look like us, who sound like us, who they really aren't. I wonder, is this a common thing that people are experiencing? Kids are scary, yeah. Which was the real one? Who knows? Who knows which is the real one? Maybe we'll never know. Maybe it's better that way? Ooh. Antigone, thank you for your submission. Thank you, thank you. Ooh. I'm kind of jelly now. I want to meet my doppelganger. I'm really curious to know what it would be like. I have like a secret handshake that I've never told anybody, but I'm wondering if I met my doppelganger, would my doppelganger know the secret handshake? I keep hearing various people calling my name when at work, but no one ever, and it's a different voice every time. Ooh. Do you think he knows it too? I hope he does. Like, this is the kind of thing, like, if there's a time traveler, right, Chad? If there's a time traveler, they would know. Because I have a sentence that I will never tell anybody, but except for one person. And it would be myself from the future. So, if it's myself from the future and time traveling, I would know it's me. Because I've never told anyone this particular sentence, you know? Could be a fun thing to do if you want to give yourself a little, I don't know what you would call it, like a measuring stick, a dipstick, or like a, what do they call it again? Like to take the temperature, a thermometer of sorts, to like decide whether or not it's real. Like if someone comes from the future and goes, "Hey Shinri, I'm you from the future," and I'll be like, "Litmus test, that's the word." My brain was completely blanking on that word. AK, thank you for the super chat. Acoustics of my house are weird, so when I speak from the second floor, you can hear me from the basement. Oh, ooh, that's kind of cool. That's really cool. I want to get a house like that. I want to get a house that's like that, so I can scare guests whenever they come over. That'd be so much fun. Oh my goodness. Be able to spook people by like hiding inside. Oh, chat, do you remember those like metal phone speakers They look like pipes, but they had like a little big phone on the end of it that you would play with at playgrounds, so that you can go to one of those and then your friend could go to the other one, and you would speak into like the little metal pipe, and then the sound would carry all the way through the playground to the other side. Imagine if you got one of those, right? But one of the speaker is up in the attic or the basement, right? And then like the door or the part where it comes out, right? The little pipe where it comes out is like by inside the walls, you know? So that when someone comes through in the hallways, you can like whisper things into them, and the sound would carry and come through the walls, and your friends would be like, oh, what was that? Who's talking to me? I heard a voice. Pollinators, thank you so much for joining the collective. Welcome, welcome. Okoidi, okoidi. Use that on ships before radio was a thing? That's so cool. I used to have a few of those back in my school. They led to nowhere, but actually led to the library. A few of us knew and spent some time messing around with the other students. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. Oh my god. You should go back when school is in session and just mess with the students who are in school. They will never know. They wouldn't know. Like during the midterm season when the students are studying for their tests, you can just go and spook a few of them by like whispering things into their ears. All right. Thank you so much for the submission. Let's move on and read another one. This one is by Is Kyun, also goes by Kyunti. Thank you so much for the submission. Thank you, thank you. Here we go. This one is the first entry to the Koipipasa tag. One time, I got a fever, so my parents rushed me to the nearest hospital in my town. I won't go into the details, but it's one of the oldest hospitals in Indonesia. Established around 1887 since Dutch colonization. Parentheses, Indo-Gang may recognize this place. I got treated there for a couple of days. My parents took turns to look after me, and one of those days, my dad took my sister to the hospital. She couldn't get in my room since it was so sterile, and she waited at the nearby waiting room while my dad went in and out of the hospital. The waiting room was quite packed with people until it's time for Maghrib prayer, so gradually it got empty. My dad got out of my room and went to my sister, gave her a couple of snacks and a banana so that she could eat them while waiting. My dad told her to wait there for more than half an hour so that he could take prayer, and went back home for take fresh. Let me try this again. I don't know why, but it's so difficult to read Twitter threads. My dad got out of my room and went to my sister and gave her a couple of snacks and a banana so she could eat them while waiting. My dad told her to wait more for half an hour so that he could take prayer, and then went back home to get fresh clothes for me before he and my sis could go home and took turns with my mom. This was the first mistake. He could have just taken my sister home after prayer, but no. He went home after that to take fresh clothes, then went back to the hospital with my mom. After that, my sister told me that she just waited in the waiting room while eating her snacks, observing people and nurses in the waiting room. The waiting room was gradually getting empty. After a couple of minutes of munching and waiting, my sister then took the banana that was the last snack left, and while she was eating it, the waiting room became more and more empty, and the eerie atmosphere started to fill the room. She reminisced that she heard rattling noises from the corridor, and she turned her head to see. She saw someone, dressed like a nurse, pushing a trash trolley, and walked up to her. She didn't mind it a bit until the trolley was getting closer. She looked up from her seat where the trolley stopped in front of her. Oh? Sampanya? Maudi bang dek, said the nurse. Do you want to put away the trash, little girl? Said the nurse. My sister, shocked and terrified a little bit. She froze and tried her best to nod. Based on the sight, the nurse was not a normal nurse, and she had a terrifying look and was covered in scars all over her face. Her hair was also very messy. My sister handed her the banana peel and the other plastic snack packaging with a trembling hand. After the nurse took my sister's trash and threw them in the trash bin, she walked forward while pushing her trash trolley again and disappeared in the corner of the corridor. My sister tried to believe that she had met a normal human and not some weird entity, but she couldn't brush it off her mind. After a couple of minutes of trembling, finally my dad and mom came to the rescue. Sometimes she talked about this story when we hang out and still questions about her encounter with the weird nurse from the hospital. There's a possibility that she wasn't human, right? And what do you expect from an old hospital that has a long, long history like that? It's not an urban legend. It's just my family's ghost story. Ooh. Spooky, spooky. Indonesia has an influx of ghosts. Is she cute though? Maybe she just had a bad hair day, you know? Like woke up with some bad head. Might be a ghost, but at least the ghost still, helping out, pushing the trash. Like making sure the area is clean, picking up all the trash. Yeah, they were just trying to volunteer. The nurse was working hard. Wait. Kinti, thank you for your submission. Thank you, thank you. It's kind of spooky when you think about just some of the things that has happened in the past. Little stories that, when you were younger, may have seemed a little odd, but you never really thought too much about it. And then you look back and a few things seem to not make sense or a little bit off, you know? Vamos, thank you for reaping the membership. Okwedi used to live in a house built in the 1900s. I would hear footsteps in the door opening when alone. I always get the feeling of someone behind me. Ooh, that's kind of scary. I hope you're able to stay safe though. Thank you so much for reaping the membership. Okwedi. And AK, thank you for the super chat. She took working overtime too seriously. Oh no. Got a phone call and you're like, hey, I know that you're dead, and now that you're a ghost, we really need you to come into work again. Like, we're underhand and short-staffed. Like, it would be really good if you just showed up to work. Like, cover 1-2 shifts. Can we still submit stories? Of course. Please use the hashtag #Koipipasta. But there is a big backlog of stories, so it may not be read until later on. No rest for the dead, yeah. Kinti, thank you for the submission. Thank you, thank you. All right. The next one is a submission by Lemur. Go replace that. There we go. Okay, properly collected, or properly showing on the stream. Here we go, chat. Next one is by Lemurs, and this one comes with a caption: a somewhat unhinged story about mirrors. Ooh, mirrors? Mirrors are always spooky. Church, thank you for the super chat. Capitalism really is hell. Oh man, who needs hell when you've got capitalism, right? Alright, here we go. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But after a month or so, that excuse was not holding up. My reflection kept lagging. As I was going about my day, it would be a split second behind me. Not all the time, but enough to be noticeable. For a bit, I tried to test it by waving my hands or quickly turning back to look at it, but it followed along just fine. However, the lag got worse and more frequently, to the point where it wasn't funny anymore, and it was freaking me out. I stopped testing it very quickly because I didn't know what would happen if I caught it. I thought about seeing a doctor. I didn't have the time or money to diagnose whatever this was. Instead, I tried to ignore the upsetting possibility that my reflection was a separate entity. Just hoping I wouldn't be kidnapped into the mirror dimension. I was doing a pretty good job pretending to have a totally normal reflection, but then it reached for the hot water tap while I reached for the cold water tap. We both looked up, shocked, and a look of horror crossed its face that was not on mine. Then it was gone. Like, gone. I blinked a few times, and I still didn't have a reflection. I turned to leave the bathroom. To check a different mirror? To call someone? I don't know. I wasn't thinking clearly. I saw a blur of motion as I reached the doorway. My reflection was back. I didn't get a good look at it because I slammed the door shut. I was committed to never leaving my room or looking into a mirror again. For about an hour. Then I calmed down. I could not avoid mirrors forever. I would in fact encounter a mirror the next time I used the bathroom, so I peeked into the bathroom to see my reflection peeking back. I waved a few times, and it waved back. Typical normal reflection behavior. I closed the door, and I checked cautiously the reflection a few more times. Nothing out of the ordinary. So, life goes on. I'm still suspicious, but everything is fine. The lag is gone too. Can almost believe I imagined the whole thing, but this new reflection just feels different, you know? It looks the same. It moves, well, it moves probably better than the old one since it's not lagging. I think my old reflection got fired. I hope it finds a better job. However, I have to forget this ever happened, so I can go back to questioning my sanity the usual amount. Thank you so much for this story, Lemur. Thank you. And yes, it'd be nice if it could only panic and be insane a normal amount instead of an extra normal amount. And not even a mirror can keep its job. Oh no. Wait, Antigone, I apologize. Thank you for the super chat. I want to tell you when you read my submission, you read the first half. There's more to tell when it happened, me hearing voices in the same house after high school. Oh no. Antigone, I apologize for not catching the second half. Where did it go? If I have missed it, would you mind pinging it again? Because I did not see, unfortunately. Oh no, I'm so sorry I skipped over it. My bad. No worries, just wanted to let you know. Thank you. Apologies over there. I'll try to catch it next time. We'll do another one of these reading streams because I've been having a lot of fun with this. At least he's not being strangled by the man in the mirror. Yeah. Alright, chat. Lemur, thank you so much for the spooky story involving the mirror. Thank you for your submission. It has been a lot of fun. Yeah, it's really fun to read everyone's stories. We got a few more to get through. Actually, a lot more than a few. Got a ton more, so we're gonna keep going. Alright. Here we go. I'll type the story again, I don't mind. Okay, thank you. Alright, this one is a little while back. This one was written and submitted by OBS. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. This one was submitted by Greer D. Yeah. Let's go. I'm gonna start doing interpretive readings of stories, narrator work essentially. Huge inspiration. Sky, good luck. Got this. I believe in you. It's gonna be my background noise when I get to bed later. Ooh, I hope the spooky stories do not infect your dreams. Hopefully you still have good dreams and not nightmares. Charles, thank you for the super chat. What's up, Fishman? It's all good. Just reading some chill spooky stories today. Alright. This submission was by Greer D. Thank you so much for your submission. Here we go. The caption says, a thread about a roommate, a ghost, that I had named Jerry at one point, though their name probably isn't that. There were always jokes from my siblings that I was haunted, but they just knocked it off as random things happening just because. And I was too young at the time to pay any mind. But I was a fairly curious child that somehow never broke a bone despite things in the house breaking. Fast forward to maybe elementary school. My longtime friend was staying the night, and we were watching TV in the living room at night, probably Narnia. She had gone to the bathroom. I could hear her leave the bathroom, pause, and then run down the hall back to the living room. She jumped on me, freaking out that she had saw a pale-faced man at the doorway of my dark room and ran for it. My room was next to the bathroom. I went back there, turned on my light, and she was still spooked and insisted on staying in the living room to sleep. Fast forward to middle school, I think. A sort of friend was over, and again, this happened at night. This person wasn't a friend, but with my other friends, by the way, and this was years later. But she freaked out, saying that she saw a guy walking from my room to the bathroom. But no one was there, of course. I told my longtime friend about it, and she tried to be funny about it, even though she was spooked a bit, saying, "You should name him." Young me saw this and said his name was now Jerry. Through the years, things still move around here and there, mainly in my room. I would make a joke about it. "All right, roomie, how are you feeling today?" when I had a sad days. During some bad times, things like barely used light bulbs would go out, or plates would fall and break. I took things lighthearted rather than feeling spooked. Like when the books fell off the shelf, I'm like, "Stop fussing at me." What? I'd be stressing over a project at times, and then my computer shuts off, and I'll just take that as like, okay, fine, I'll go to bed. My ghost roommate seems pretty passive towards me, but seems to bully or spook others. I think my curiosity outweighs any worry. And it does kind of make me a little sad when it seems like they haven't been around much. Not really a scary story, but that's the ghost roomie I have. I have a lot more stories kind of like this for other situations. Far more reasons why my siblings and I would say that I'm haunted. Ooh. Thank you so much for the submission, Greer. I wonder what Jerry is up to nowadays. But it's kind of nice to have that. Like a little spooky guardian being like, "Yeah, you're done. You have worked too hard. You spent too much time working on this project. You better go get some sleep." And they turn off the PC for you. Aw, it's kind of cute, right? Someone to look over you and play a few pranks on your friends who are coming over. Thank you so much for the submission. Thank you. We all need a Jerry. Yeah, we all need a Jerry. All right. Let's read a couple more, chat. This one was submitted by... Ooh, how many words is this? It is a little chunky, but it's okay. We'll go through the whole entire thing. This one was submitted by Right About Now. There we go. Kinti Okoiri. Happy 7 months. This story reading stream is so much fun that I chose to procrastinate on my house chores. Laundry can wait. Oh no. Maybe you've had a ghost roommate. You can make them do the spooky, or not spooky, sorry. Make them do the laundry, asking for help. Also, Okoiri, thank you for reaping the membership. Okoiri. This is submitted by Right About Now. The story is titled In Over His Head. It is described as an investigative story following Shinri as he embarks on a solo expedition, leads him to a remote mountain settlement in the middle of the night. Ooh. This is part of the very old hashtag Tempest Tales, which we are finally getting across to now. Alright, here we go. Chapter 1. Dry and blackened blood crumbled between Shinri's fingers. Shinri squatted inches away from the deer's carcass, at least most of one. The missing parts were everything from the neck up. It's been dead for days, but the body still looks pristine, Shinri thought to himself. He dusted off the remaining blood clumps from his left blue hand. Why haven't any scavengers picked it apart yet? Shinri lifted his gaze from the carcass. He surveyed the woodland to his left and the river to his right. It was autumn. Dried golden leaves layered themselves atop the forest floor. The afternoon sunlight easily beamed through the half-naked birch trees. It could have been considered a perfect day outside. But it was far too silent. Shinri strained his ears for any signs of wildlife. He heard no birds chirping and singing, no animals running on the ground, crumpling the leaves beneath, no insects clicking and buzzing. Nothing. There was only the rushing river beside him. Zenokuni was many things, but being devoid of life was not one of them. Shinri thought back to the start of his day. He was the only one at the Zenokuni branch of the guild hall, and planned to sleep in for a change. A local fisherman's frantic slamming of the door dispelled those hopes. The man was of squat stature, and he sported a thick red mustache and beard. Kicked up mud splattered the bottom of his gray rubber overalls. Help! The fisherman wheezed, his hands on his knees. Been running all the way from the river. Shinri was half awake as he listened to the fisherman's pleas. He became fully awake when the fisherman uttered the words, "Headless man floating downstream." A bunch of us saw it, the fisherman stammered, still trying to catch his breath. I was wearing a green bracelet. Same one from the people in the mountains. He forced more words through his exhaustion. There's a settlement near the source of the river, deep in the mountains. Doesn't have a name, I think. I've been told it's too small to even be a village. Met a few people there, nice folks. They all wear those bracelets. Sometimes come to Zenokuni for supplies. Shinri followed the fisherman to the secluded river in the hills. But before the two heard any rushing waters, they heard the chattering of crowds. The babbling's noise reached its peak as Shinri and the fisherman neared. All eyes turned toward the two as they emerged from the overgrown trail. An abdomen-high rope blocked for their entry. Loud gossiping became hushed. The river was larger than Shinri had imagined. He estimated it was at least 60 feet wide. On the other side were countless Zenokuni residents, several feet away from the riverbed. More ropes kept people away at the scene. On Shinri's side, there were several knights from the local militia. Some knights crouched next to the river, holding magnifying glasses and other implements. Some were roping off more of the scene. One knight in particular, wearing more intricate armor, stood in full view under an open-air tent. The knight glanced at Shinri's left hand before turning his head towards the crowd. All right, that's enough gawking. We're going to be increasing the area of investigation. No unauthorized personnel need to stand further away. The groans and whines instantly. One of the civilians pointed at Shinri and the fisherman. But what about those two over there? Move, immediately, the knight roared. Excuse me, sir, Shinri said with one hand on the rope. My name's Josuiji Shinri. I came to... Before letting Shinri finish, the knight stepped from onto the tent and approached. Yes, we know who you are. Blue left hand, brazen orange clothing. Never wears a shirt. You're the archer of Guild Tempest, he said. I'm Knight Captain Samba Norio, and I'm the one leading this investigation. If you know who I am, then please don't stop me from conducting my own investigation, Shinri responded. Stop you? No. Nothing of the sort. I'm well aware you Tempest boys have special access to these kinds of things. Feel free to go under the ropes. Shinri lifted the rope slightly with one hand and hunched through beneath. Then May I take a look at the body? The captain sighed. That's going to be a bit difficult. But you just told me. Now I know this is rich coming from me, but you need to let me finish my thought. The captain interrupted. The reason that'll be difficult is because the body has been moved to our keep, which is all the way in central Sinokuni. Shinri turned his head downstream towards Inokuni. Foliage and flora obscured most of the view, but he could still make out parts of the city. The hollow tree was clearly visible above the reaching treetops. It towered over everything else in Elysium. And by now, the night coroners have locked themselves in the room with the body, conducting the autopsy. However, Captain Samba said, pulling out notes from a waistbound pouch, I can provide you with some of our preliminary findings. The sounds of ruffled paper caught Shinri's attention. He turned his head back to the captain and nodded. All right then, Captain Samba began. The body belongs to a male, age unknown. The only clothes were pants. There were no identifying items on their person. A bead bracelet was in the left wrist, and the beads appeared to be made of a green gemstone. We suspect jade. No other items were found. What's the significance of the bracelets? Shinri asked. I've been told everyone from that settlement wears one. That's what we don't know, the captain said, looking up from his notes. Some of the other knights recalled the same thing when they noticed the bracelet. We examined it for markings or anything unusual, but each bead seems normal. Nothing noteworthy from the bracelet's string either. And is the bracelet still here? No. We sent it to our keep along with the body. One of the coroners who was there suggested further analysis. She said the bracelet may not have directly caused this, but could have contributed in some way. I'm not sure how, but we're trusting our specialists on this one. Captain Samba flipped to the next pages. As for the decapitation, it wasn't a clean one. Almost as if everything from the neck up was ripped off. The man's collarbones were even sticking out. We suspect due to the amount of force used. The fisherman, still standing behind the rope, fell on his hands and knees before throwing up. Captain Samba pointed with the thumb at the vomiting man. He's with your guild? Shinri coughed. No, sorry. He's a fisherman who let me know the situation. He was one of the people here this morning. Ah, crap, I shouldn't be talking about this near civilians. The captain sighed and averted his gaze, motioned to Shinri to follow up to the riverbed, away from any would-be snoopers. How long will the autopsy take? Shinri asked as he trailed behind. That's always a tough question to answer, but there could be a number of factors leading to a longer or shorter investigation. From a quick glance, we don't think an animal type did this. No teeth marks, no scratch marks. They stopped a good distance away from the still heaving fisherman. If it wasn't an animal type, the captain began, then it's a humanoid type, corruption beast, Shinri concluded. Shinri moved his eyes up the winding river, following it to the mountainside. He looked thinner and thinner. It looked thinner and thinner as it faded into the distance. How far would this settlement be from here? Shinri asked, his eyes still fixated. The captain followed suit and turned his gaze to the river as well. For us knights, it's about 7 hours. But for you, since you're not weighed down by half-plate armor, maybe 5? Any strange rumors about the settlement? Any past issues? None. Settlements just affect part of our patrol routes, albeit our monthly route instead of the daily or weekly. It's just too far. But we never had any problems. The people up there are good people. The captain returned his eyes towards Shinri. May I request you look into this? The captain asked. Of course. It's not a problem at all. Shinri smiled, returning eye contact. I was planning on going up there regardless. I'm glad to hear that. I've already sent 6 of my knights for an investigation, but having you up there would be comforting. If you see them, you can say that Captain Samba sent help. That was 3 hours ago. Shinri stood up and slipped away from the headless deer. No bites or scratches. This is no coincidence. He stretched his right hand toward the sun, keeping his finger sideways. He could only fit 3 fingers between the sun's position in the sky and the horizon beneath. 15 minutes per finger, so 45 minutes of daylight left. No, probably even less. Shinri turned back towards the settlement's direction and went into a dead sprint up the riverbed. There wasn't a pre-made path, and each step had to be deliberate. Avoid running on any roots or risking injury by speeding straight across. Go around the sheer cliff or use more energy jumping and climbing. 5 minutes felt like 20. 20 felt like 2 hours. Shinri's lungs ached, and his legs burned. Could only hear the sounds of his heavy breathing, the leaves crunching beneath, and his blood pumping faster and faster. An hour passed before Shinri saw the silhouettes of the building in the distance. The sun had already set 20 minutes prior. Shinri slowed his pace and eventually came to a complete stop. He stood upright, locking his fingers behind his head and closing his eyes. The settlement was still about half a mile away, and there were dense tree lines in between. Shinri took a few moments to calm his breathing. Still panting, he opened his eyes. It was a moonless night. Without Zenokuni's city lights, the stars shined unobscured. Yet, their glow illuminated very little. Shinri served as the guild Tempest field reporter. His eyes and visions were the best in the guild. The situation wasn't ideal, but he was close enough to glean some preliminary details. A mild breeze whistled and weaved through the branches, chilling upon the sweat upon Shinri's skin. Naturally, he shivered. Shinri dropped his arms to his sides and let them rest. He shuffled left and right until he saw a direct view through the tree lines. Focus, focus, Shinri muttered, leaning forward and squinting his eyes. The entire place is dark. No torches or lanterns, at least none that are currently in use. Are they all asleep? Shinri took a few moments to calm his breathing. Oh, excuse me, sorry. It, jumped. Where did it go? Oh no. It disappeared. Here we go. Shinri took a few steps closer. Multiple wooden buildings. Roofs looked like domes, probably houses. Too distant to get an exact count. He moved closer still, brushing aside some obscuring branches. Bigger structure at the center of the settlement. Looks like a barn and... Shinri gasped and reflexively jumped backwards. His left hand grabbed the folded longbow in his back, with 3 clacks that unfolded. Oh my god, Shinri whispered, his voice quivering. 4 headless bodies stood against the largest building of the settlement. Dark red bathed their suits of half-plate armor. Ooh. And that's the end of chapter 1. Ooh. What happened in the village? Ooh. And what happened to the soldiers? I need to know more, yeah. I wonder what happened here. We need more chapters. I think it looks like it's just 1 chapter. We'll have to wait for further installments to show up. But that was from Right About Now. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you. Chapter 2 Doko, right? Where's chapter 2? Thank you so much. It's really cool reading stories about us, in a way. It's a little odd. It feels like I'm reading about an alternate version of ourselves. And it's very strange to think about what I would do if I were really in that situation. It's really curious. The AOE3 curse. Your favorite author ends on a cliffhanger. But then there are those moments where you have the writers from AO3 and they'll post an update and there'll be things like Hey guys, sorry I haven't posted an update. I got hit by a car and I broke both my legs. I'll try to get an update out as soon as possible. And then you know that their stories are going to be absolute bangers, you know? Or sure, you left kudos here already. But yeah, right about now, also goes by Hotch. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you, thank you. They just got back from the wildest situations anyways, right? They just casually gets hit by a truck and then just continues riding like nothing happened. Another AO3 curse, artist injury. They keep updating even if the internet disappeared because of the zombie apocalypse. Currently posting the update 5 minutes before walking down the aisle. Hope you enjoy. Oh man, some of those authors are like absolutely wild, like completely wild. All right, next is a couple of short stories submitted by Insomniac Ghost 8. Also go by Laura on Twitter. Thank you so much for the submissions. Oh wait, before I go, let me pour myself some water because I am feeling a little bit parched. Just the non-stop reading and it does a number on your throat. Haven't updated my most popular fic in years. I'm so sorry to my readers. Oh no. I bet you they are patiently waiting and eager to see the next installment and see where the story goes. I'm gonna pour myself a little bit more coffee. Fell off my fanfic and now the game is writing about. Finish the story. Hit EOS. I don't think I'll be finishing it. No. Oh no. Maybe it could be a thing that you could leave to encourage your writers to continue, or readers to continue the story themselves. Or maybe like theorize the way that the plot develops. Sorry, I have like a Can you hear that? I have a thermos with very hot water that I had boiled previously, and I wanted to keep it nice and toasty so I could have like nice hot coffee. Water Tascaru, yeah. It's not hot water too. You can kind of hear the difference between hot water and cold water. It is really cool. I believe some scientists have gone out and like done studies on why pouring hot water and pouring cold water sounds differently. Yeah, you can. If you'd like to try it, you can go ahead and, like for me, I use an electric kettle, so I boil some water using the kettle, and then you can put the hot water and cold water into different containers and pour them and listen to the sound. They sound different. It's really cool. I am not smart enough to fully understand the science as to why hot water sounds different from the cold water, but I don't know, it's noticeable. It's really cool. All right, chat. This one by Laura, Insomniac Ghost. There are 3 short stories. Okay. I used to live way out in the sticks when I was around 19 with my boyfriend / now husband. He told me stories about creepy things that would happen around the area. Story number 1. My husband told me that him and his brother had gone out exploring one night, and in the woods they could see off in the distance a campfire. They wanted to get a closer look and quietly made their way towards it. As they got closer, they noticed several people standing around the fire, dressed from head to toe in all black robes that covered their faces. They were all chanting something in a low tone. My father and his brother took off shortly afterwards, for not wanting to get involved with whatever that was. Ooh. I wonder what it was. I wonder if your husband had come across a mysterious cult. Yeah, this is how you know that your friends, family, and loved ones have a good survival instinct. They see a campfire, a bunch of people standing in tall black robes, chanting something. No. No, you don't. You don't see that. Go back home. What are you guys doing in the forest? Absolutely not. That's how you know you will survive the horror movies. Humans are scarier than ghosts, yeah. I think it was a cult. Story number 2. My husband and his siblings' childhood home often experienced power outages because they lived so far from the main town. One night, when the power was all out, they all gathered in one of the rooms to talk and play with their toys. As the night progressed, my husband noticed a light flickering outside his window. He stood up and took a peek outside and saw numerous white and blue luminescent orbs just floating around the yard. He was so mesmerized that he stood there in awe for a few minutes before his sister yanked him away from the window. Another short story, another spooky thing in the past. Interesting. In the same way that, say, anglerfish have a lure on top of their heads with the glowing light that attracts you, that makes you mesmerized, that kind of lulls you into a trance to keep staring at the light. What would have happened if he had continued watching? What would have happened if the sister wasn't there to pull him away from the window? Curious. Makes you think if there's any kind of a creature out there that would use a lure or a bait specifically to attract the attention of some human prey. Dun dun dun. Like the one episode from the Magnus Archive, yeah. Similar to a legend from my old high school, referred to as the Blue Light Story. I wonder if there are other stories out there, other high schools that had these strange happenings. Maybe it's a popular thing, maybe it's a common thing, or maybe it just means that there's a lot of these anglerfish, a lot of the will-o-wisps, yeah. Pretend they didn't see anything and just leave. Honestly, yeah, just nope, don't see it. Not my problem, right? Story 3. This encounter is something my husband and I both experienced. One night, the power went out as it usually did after a big storm. My now husband and I sat in the room. We were still teenagers at the time, just talking and enjoying each other's company. It was pretty late and no one else was home at the time. Around 11 p.m., as we were talking, we both heard this low, gruntled growl coming from outside. We both know what bears and mountain lions sound like, so we knew it wasn't one of those. We sat in silence, just listening for the growl again. As we sat there listening, we could hear something running from the front of the house to the back, scratching at the side paneling of the house. We heard the growl again from the opposite side of the house and just sat there in fear, staring at each other. Eventually, the sound stopped. We never did figure out what it was. Maybe sometimes these things are best left unknown. Insomniac Ghost, thank you for your submissions. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Spooky stories. Spooky stories. We moved after the experience? Oh. I'm so curious. I want to know, like, if the next people who move into the house, if they've also shared similar experiences or if they have similar occurrences happening to them while they're staying at the house. I wonder. Maybe it's for the best that you were able to get away. Thank you so much for the submission. Thank you. Oh, going back to the hot water thing again. I think it's because the sound waves travel differently with different temperatures. Due to air molecules vibrating at different speeds, different temperatures create different sound compression waves. Possibly. Maybe. I'm curious enough that I might go look and take a gander at what causes water to sound differently depending on the temperature. My old high school had a haunted auditorium. Girl was on her way to performance next day. Director called her parents to congratulate how well she did and was told that she never made it and died in an accident. Ooh, that's kind of spooky. What? The spirit of the girl went and continued the performance? Wow. That is eerie. Campfire vibes are perfect. Yeah, thank you. I really like it. It's really nice and toasty. Laura, thank you for the submissions. Thank you. All right. Gonna go and get through a few more. This one was submitted by Sammy. Goes by Sammy Nerdy Fan on Twitter. Thank you for the submission. Ooh. The caption says, I still get chills remembering this moment. LOL. The LOL was included in the caption. Here we go. When I was in college, I stayed in a one-bedroom apartment for off-campus housing. The place was very small with no living room. It was basically a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. I never lived alone until then, so I was a bit nervous. For the first couple of weeks, it was fine. I went to school, cooked for myself, studied, and the like. I read books and enjoyed my time by myself. In the kitchen/living room area, I had this futon. Over the weekends, I like to sleep in that area because it made me feel safe, I guess. The futon was pushed against the wall, so when I slept, I had my back to the door. I don't think I fell asleep, but after some time, I felt myself growing tired. As I found myself giving in to sleep, I felt someone sit beside me. Of course, I paused with fear. I stiffened and didn't turn around. Remember, this was a small one-room apartment, and I was near the front door. I had heard no one come in. As I laid there, feeling anxious, I just waited with fear. Within seconds of something sitting next to me, I felt a hand caress my side. I instantly sat up and turned. No one was there. Since then, I never slept on the futon again, and when I finally left college, I didn't take it with me. Ooh. Spooky sensations, chat. Eerie. Anyone else had a incident like this? A haunted futon? I will say when I had like much longer hair and it would get all over the place, every now and then like a strand would like rest against my shoulders, and I would think that it was something like creeping over my shoulder and like touching me, and it like spooked me out. Gotten used to it now because my hair's about this long, but back then when I wasn't used to it, it was kind of a little spooky. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for submitting. Thank you. Sometimes I get that haunted hair. Your own hair jump scared you. Yes, it actually has done that a few times. Thank you so much for the submission. The university had a cadaver room for anatomy class, famous because security always hears activities in there, and even though it's past midnight, the whole floor is already locked. Ooh, that's kind of spooky. I wonder what happens in the anatomy room. I've been to a school that had like cadavers for science, and it always like scared me. I would refuse to stay there. Like by the time it hit afternoon, I didn't want to stay in there. Like evening time, no, I was gone. I never stayed in there for too long. I thought my hair was a spider crawling on me. Same. I've had that a few times too. Like when your hair falls down and like drops below the chair and it like scrapes by gently on your foot and it makes you think that a spider's trying to climb on your foot, but it's actually just your hair. Like that spooked me a few times. Jess, thank you for re-upping the membership, Okoidi. Ever wonder why so many ghost stories are at schools? I don't know. It's very curious. I like that idea though. I like the idea that more of these are happening because they're more like, you know, like students in general. I guess maybe like when you get to an adulthood, you kind of stop paying attention to these things because you have more of responsibilities. So, you know, you're not able to take things leisurely anymore. And if it like weird things happen, you're like, well, I gotta get to work, so I can't really pay attention to that, you know? So you kind of brush it off instead. Maybe that's why. One time I was on FaceTime with a friend and a spider actually crawled on my face. Oh no, that sounds terrifying. Like if a spider was on my body, I would do everything I can to like flick it off. I don't want to slap it. I have a friend who, whenever he gets bit by a mosquito, he will slap it. And then I never like that because it's like, why would you do that? Why would you slap the mosquito on your skin? Because all it does is just smear the mosquito on your skin. That's kind of gross, you know? You gotta like get your middle finger or like your index finger and like flick it off. That way you don't leave any residue on your hand or the skin. It's like for me, it was always about flicking things. Schools and hospitals, the negative energy. Could definitely be the negative energy, yeah. All right, let us continue on, chat. Read a few more spooky stories. Based on the story from the security guards, my college campus was built on land where people used to dump gin, tuyos, and pocong. Oh, that's scary. Schools built on like very powerful land with lots of energies, whether it is like a ceremony site, a ritual location, or maybe even places where people were buried. That sounds scary. As an adult, I don't have time for you, ghost. I need to finish the report first. Yeah, that's a mood. All right, chat. Give me just a minute. It is now almost 9. We've been going for about 3 hours now, so let us take a quick break. Go for about 5 minutes. It's currently 8:55 p.m., so let's take a 5-minute break. Everyone can go stretch your legs, walk around, wiggle a bit, use the restroom, get some water, more snacks if you need to. And I ought to go open my window because it's getting really hot in here too. But we'll take a quick little 5-minute break, and then we will see you all soon as I go back into more spooky stories. So 5-minute break. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. All right. See you in just a bit. I will leave the ambient fireplace crackling sounds. Let's get a little bit louder, just to like add in some nice touch to it. There we go. And I'll be right back, chat. Hello, chat. Hello, hello. I'm back. What? Wait a minute. Wait, what is this? What's going on? Oh my goodness. Wait. Thank you so much for... Oh gosh. Happy birthday. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Wait. Irene Chang, Oaklady, thank you for giving the membership. Scariest being supervisors. Can see that. Can see that. It'd be spooky, very spooky. Alright. Look at that. Just in time as well. Ooh. Right at the 5 minutes. Gonna be comfy. Very comfy. Oh, did you mean like comfy as in like getting roasted? I remember some guy who was burned to death said his last words, "Turn me over, I'm done on this sign." Gui, thank you so much for the sticker. Cute. Thank you, thank you. Alright, chat. Let us continue. I'm gonna go back and read some more spooky stories. Okay, let me go change. Nope, not that one. Let's go and... Oh, wait. Current story. That's the one. Current story. Let's see. Oh, wait. I have the thing. Hey. There we go. I really want to read Ted the Caver, but that's like 2 hours. So we're going to read a slightly shorter one. I'll just type it in. Copy paste. Hee hee hee. This one should be about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It's a much shorter one. Do the 2-hour one? All of it? Oh no, that's a lot though. Jeff the Killer. Jeff the Killer one's pretty long. Oh no, it's only 20 minutes. We should be able to read that. Alright, this one is... Oh. This one is a little bit of a classic. A lot of people have talked about this one. There's a few video essayists, I think, that have made lots of videos of Polybius. And this one is a classic spooky horror. Thanks for the curse. Of course, you are welcome. Sharing is caring, you know? Sharing is caring, chat. Will you spread the word of smile.jpg? I realize, like, because of my accent, my pronunciation, it comes across as smile.jpg. But I'm trying to say JPEG, but the eh sound is kind of crunchy. Alright. Sharing is scaring. Aw, it's kind of cute. I like that. Okay, chat, here we go. This is another classic, Polybius. In Portland, Oregon, in 1981, an unheard of new arcade game appeared in several suburbs, something of a rarity at the time. This game was called Polybius. The game proved to be incredibly popular to the point of addiction, and the queues formed around the machines, quickly followed by clusters of visits from men in black. Rather than the usual marketing data conducted by company visitors to the arcade machines, they collected some unknown data, allegedly testing responses to the psychoactive machines. The players themselves suffered from a series of unpleasant side effects: amnesia, insomnia, nightmares, night terrors, and suicide, appearing as having been caused by the game in various versions of the legend. Some players stopped playing video games, while it is reported that one became an anti-gaming activist. An alternative story goes, Polybius is an urban legend about an arcade game released in 1981. Oh, sorry, that fire's a little loud. The game was created by a mysterious mysterious company called Sinneslöschen, German for sense deletion, and it was a puzzle slash shoot 'em up somewhat like Tempest. It was only released in a few suburbs of Portland, Oregon. It was supposedly, however, very popular, with people forming long lines to play it. However, players reported strange things about the game, such as hearing a woman crying and seeing grotesque faces out of the corners of their eyes. Players would also have nightmares, experience nausea, headaches, or blackouts, or even develop amnesia. Some have even committed suicide. Others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one has become an anti-video game activist. So it looks like there are some parallels with the alternate stories. According to the owner of an arcade, men wearing black suits would often come to collect records from the game. They did not take any money, simply data on the gameplay. Because of this, the leading theory is that it was some sort of government experiment using subliminal messages. The game remains in obscurity, as around 1 month after its release, all of the cabinets suddenly disappeared. One cabinet reappeared in an arcade in 1998, but quickly disappeared again. While some have tried to recreate the game, no one has ever found the original ROM. Ooh. I wonder what kind of game it was. They say it was like a shoot 'em up. But what data were they collecting? Bigfoot's got it. I wonder what kind of information. But like something that always stuck out to me was in this story of Polybius, right? The idea that some government agents would come into like an arcade with a whole bunch of like black suits to like sneakily collect a whole bunch of data sets, you know, from the machine. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense if they just like pretended to be regular workers? Like if they didn't wear suits, if they just kind of showed up and collected data and then went about their day, wouldn't that have attracted less attention? Like if they really wanted to be clandestine about it, they really wanted to be sneaky, wouldn't they just dress up like normal people? Or like maybe even an employee of the arcade? Because I feel like if they did that, then no one would have noticed that these people were going around collecting some data. Can you put a request in for Polybius? I don't know if we can get perms for Polybius, but I will do my best. I'll need to know like the developer and like their website, and hopefully maybe a business contact email if we can get that too. But I don't know, maybe. Oh, this is what I'll do. I'll give it to Flayon. I'll give it to Flayon and see if Flayon can get perms for Polybius, because that kid has like an incredible superpower to somehow magically get perms to play any kind of game, regardless of how wild it is. So maybe we give it to Flayon. I think there are fan games made of Polybius. Yeah, there's a few that I've seen and like heard of. Seen a few of those, yeah. But they're never, no, the real deal. That boy can get the most cursed games right. I don't know how he does it. It's superpower. It's like an incredible superpower. All right, well, that was Polybius. Very popular classic of the internet spookies. All right, let us go back over and we're going to go read a few more that were submitted by the Kois. Oh, it's pretty big and chunky. Here, let me sort that out. All right. Let's go, chat. Let's go back. Okay, wait. I'm going to go... I suppose I can go refresh it. I don't know exactly how many we'll be able to get tonight, if anything gets submitted like recently, hopefully we'll be able to get to them. I see. I see quite a lot. I see quite a lot here. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to catch all of them today, but I'll be sure to try to read the ones that I do see. Alright. It's been hot during the day, but glad it's cold enough for that to enjoy cozy tea with story time. Yeah! It's content for another stream, 100%. The fan game was about something that would feel forced, right? Because the horror was the effect of the game had on the players. Something like that, yeah. 8-hour endurance quapey pasta stream. I've wanted to do that, but Chad has told me that having super long VODs can be counterproductive because they'll see like an 8, 10, 11-hour long VOD and feel a little bit intimidated by the duration. So I don't want to do too long VODs. I'm going to try my best to keep them like consumable within a day, or maybe, because this is supposed to be a spooky story reading, can have this for like, I don't know, like sleep aids? So that you'd be able to listen to my voice while you're going to sleep. I actually used to listen to horror podcast, and specifically it was the No Sleep podcast. A long while back. For No Sleep podcast, I would usually listen to it to go to sleep or when I'm driving on a commute. I do want to find more. I still have to go through the rest of the Magnus archives. But yeah. The No Sleep Reddit. I wonder. Actually, I should go write this down. I want to know if we can potentially... Sorry, chat's kind of loud. I wonder if I can go ahead and like potentially ask Manachan for no sleep perms. No r/no sleep perms. Like, I know some people they usually don't want these to be read, or they do, like there's a certain restriction or requirement of the authors, but I would like to be able to do that because some of the stories are pretty good. How do people sleep with horror podcasts? Oh, that's easy. Just be broken and damaged, and then everything seems comfy. They want me dead, but at least they want me. You know? That's gonna be my catchphrase that I'm known for at this point. It's not gonna be Koinichiwa, it's gonna be that. You know. On my tombstone, that's the quote. Alright. This next koipi pasta. Is your tummy just grumbled? Yeah, I haven't eaten food yet. I did eat a big lunch to hopefully have enough energy, but we'll see how far we can go. At least like another hour or so. Alright. This next year koi submitted story is by Philide Somni, also goes by Somnambulist on Twitter. The caption says, "My life is an unending string of weird stories. Here's one." Oh. Title: That Cat Will Stray. The college I went to served as a makeshift hospital during the influenza outbreak of 1918, and so was also built on a hotly contested battleground during the Civil War. Weird stuff happened all the time, particularly during thunderstorms. Some of the dormitories were connected to each other via a tunnel system, and the college's post office was down there too, along with a cafe and performance area that had once been a speakeasy during Prohibition. There was even a vintage but functional vending machine for cigarettes that spit out a box full of smokes for $1.25 down there. This was back in the year 2000, so cigarettes were already $4 a pack easy. There were no televisions or radios or any sort of audio equipment down there, Nothing that plays music, no loudspeaker, etc. Nothing at all like that. Okay. So one night, I had insomnia. It was storming like crazy, and that made me restless when I was younger. I lived in the dormitory directly over the speakeasy area where all the tunnels met up. It was one of the most well-lit section and the most direct route to the post office section of the tunnel. Short of going out there in the rain to find the mossy staircase into this dank pit to a half-hidden door. Okay, it didn't really seem that creepy at the time, but talking about it now makes me wonder why I didn't see any of this coming. I had insomnia. I took the elevator down to the basement. The elevators wouldn't open for a full 3 minutes until I hit the button to go back up. When I got out, the elevator whooshed up like it had been yanked up on a string, with the doors still open, so that was a good sign. All of the tunnel lights were on, which is weird because everything but the safety lights got turned off at 10. Another good omen. There were a few tables and chairs by the vending machines, with a trash can. All of that was normal. Nothing moved or jumped, so I figured that the shadows looking off was just because I had some insomnia jitters. But then I realized I could hear the storm down there in the tunnel, and that should have been impossible. So me, being the genius I was, started towards the post office, thinking that someone had broken in and left the door opened. If it flooded, it would be a huge mess. As I'm going down this long, sparsely lit hallway, all the lights go out. It takes me a few minutes, but the emergency lights kick in. I hear a voice behind me and jump about 3 feet in the air because, 1, it was an all-women's college and the voice was male. 2, of all the kids in the dorm, I was the only one stupid enough to be in the tunnels at night. And 3, the security guards don't do rounds in the rain, not even in the tunnels. They waited for phone calls from stranded students in the main security office. So when I turn around, I'm ready to wet my pants because some strange guy has broken into the school and now I gotta kick his butt. And I don't even have my good stompy boots on. But it isn't a guy. It's... Okay. So it is a guy. But the guy is see-through. And he's wearing a dark brown suit with a waistcoat. And has a slicked-down hairstyle with a waxed mustache. And it looks like he's pointing a revolver in my direction. Oh, did I mention? He's transparent. Like anyone would, I turned around and ignored him. And there was a woman standing in front of me, maybe 10 feet away, in a purple dress that has a kind of flower bud pattern on it, with frills at the wrists and collar. It looks itchy as heck, and her shoes have a whole row of tiny buttons. She looks at me and apologizes for involving me in her problems. Her voice sounded very sweet. Another man appears in front of her and a little to the side. He's also see-through. He's got a gray suit on. His shoes are mud-splattered, and he's swearing at the guy behind me. He also has a revolver pointed in my direction, and he's also see-through. His hair is less slick, but he's a lot more mad. So far, I've not wet myself, and unfortunately, the pinch test has confirmed me that I am awake. Even worse, this was years before the show Supernatural, so I didn't have any salt. The men fire their guns at the same time. There's a huge crash of thunder that echoes through the tunnel, and all the lights come on super bright. Then, the tunnel goes completely black. When the emergency lights come back on, I'm sitting on the tunnel floor. My back hurts. My t-shirt and flannel have matching holes over my left shoulder where it meets on my collarbone. There's a huge bruise there as well. The tunnel floor is soaked, and I can hear some guy calling for nurses to staunch the bleeding. They can still save this one. It thunders again. Then everything is silent. I decide I don't need to check on the mail, and that I'm pretty tired after all. When I go back to the elevator, the doors open, but the elevator car isn't there. It's just a dark pit. So I decide it's time to take the stairs. I go to my room, dump my flannel and t-shirt on the desk chair, and sleep in my tank top and shorts because it's hot. When my roommate gets up for her classes, she screams because my tank top is covered in blood, but she can't see where it's coming from. It takes a while to calm her down. Later, I find out that the post office is fine. No water. The door was locked perfectly. Everything was in shipshape when the staff came in. And that's the story of how I got shot by ghosts in a thunderstorm. Ooh. Sunamulus, thank you so much for the submission. Thank you, thank you. Also, hello, Axolotls. Welcome. Thank you for the raid, Axel. How are we doing tonight on this nice, comfy Saturday? Also, Nimitz, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a wonderful night. Please get lots of sleep, lots of sweet dreams and rest. Blank. Oh, Lady, thank you for reaping the membership. Thank you, thank you. The axolotls are roasting now, too. Yes. Toasted axolotl. You've been hit by. You've been struck by. Truck. That's the only thing that I know. That one meme. It's like the truck meme. It keeps being there. So, like, whenever I hear you've been hit by, you've been struck by, it just goes to truck. Blank, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Can I get some hearts in chat for gifted memberships? And Shell, Okwady, thank you for reaping the membership. Okwady, Okwady. Thank you, thank you. Alright, got a few more. Let us keep going, chat. No breaks on the spooky train. Okay, let's go. I'm sorry that was me. 3 shirts were ruined that night. Oh no. Gotta be careful though. This is why when you go out there, make sure you're not wearing your nice clothing. Because what if it gets damaged? What if it gets covered in blood? Alright. Sphera, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. Get some hearts in chat for Sphera and the gifted membership. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alright. Here we go, chat. This one is by Polachu. It's by Polar Bear on Twitter. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you, thank you. The caption says, "This is always the first ghost story when I'm asked. I hope you horror enthusiasts enjoy the story. Try to make it as entertaining as possible." Let's go. Oh. The cricket stopped. I had to find a way to like more smoothly what's the word? Loop? Make the sound loop because it like pauses every now and then. Thank you for reading it. No. Thank you for submitting. It's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. The crickets got spooked too. Alright, chat. Here we go. By Polachu. It's been more than a decade since my first encounter with the ghost. Sometimes I question whether it's my overactive imagination or was it really real? It was a summer's day, boiling hot, but I never stopped my little sister and I from having tea party on top of my uncle's Jeep hood. I still question myself why that was a good place to play, to be honest. The car was parked near a garden, grass and weed alike growing in abundance. The trees shook with an occasional breeze. Cicadas were everywhere. A metal fan whirred in the background. I remember hearing our grandmother shouting from the back of the house that our snacks were ready, but we have to clean up our mess before we can even enter the kitchen. We did as we were told, trying to pick up the pace because the metal is stinging our skin bit by bit. Then I asked my sister to get me a glass of water. She up and went, but not without the normal sibling squabble, leaving me to stack up the mini plates, cups, and teapot. Just when I was about to pick it all up, I caught a glimpse of a white cloth at the corner of my eye. Typical. It always starts that way in these stories. But not to my younger self's opinion, because she would practically peed herself. I slowly turned my head to where the cloth was standing, and there is someone in white. Looking back, I don't know if it was a woman or a man. It had wide shoulders and long black hair. It had a bleeding bullet wound in its chest. It towered over me. It looked at me, and I looked back. What else could a 5-year-old do? It probably happened for less than a minute, but before I knew it, I was bolting through the house, almost knocking my sister with the glass in her hands. My grandmother had never seen me so distraught that day. I was panicking and crying. Sure, kids cry all the time, but never about ghosts seen in broad daylight. The story spread among my grandmother's clique, and I heard a group prayer was held sometime within the week. I never really knew what was happening, and I don't think I can ever forget that thing in white. I drew a picture of whatever it was that day, and I showed it to my poor grandmother. I even got to talk about it with my uncles and close relatives. They never took me seriously until my grandmother pulled them to the side. Then, they looked at me funny. Months after I entered primary school, I had completely forgotten about that specific summer's day. It was never brought up again. Ghosts don't exist. Ghosts don't exist. Why should they? Kid is probably making it all up anyways. But I wasn't. I can still remember every detail of that day. That thing will forever haunt me till I die. God forbid should it ever happen again. Ooh. Well, at you. Thank you so much for the submission. Thank you. And Sphera Okwedi, thank you for reaping the membership. Just want to thank you all. The last few days have been hard because I lost one of my fur babies recently. He'll have me smiling again. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for your loss. I hope you were able to get some comforting times, though, with the rest of the kois here tonight. Ooh. We have a lot of stories from the kois who have had interesting things, spooky coincidences, or strange sightings as children. I wonder why. A lot of it happening for children. But they must have had a very big impact on everyone for them to all remember these happenings, these incidences, these occurrences with such a detail. Home alone, I just heard the loudest banging from my room. My roommate's mirror fell off their wall and slammed down. Oh, that sounds kind of scary. Please make sure you take care of yourself. Lock the doors. Close the blinds and the windows. And with a pair of ceramic dolls, when I bought it, I felt something wrong. There's a force that made me buy them, and until now, they still emit that weird feeling when I bought them. Oh. Where did you order them? Did you get them on Amazon? I wanna try. I want to try holding them, see what that happens. Lock, stop, ghost. Well, at the very least, you get to stop things that are physical. You know, that way you can buy a little bit of time when you need to escape. All right, thank you so much for your submission. I'll let you. Thank you. Okay. It's literally what I did. The curtains were open, closed, and proceeded to check the rest of the apartment for anyone that might be here. Be careful. Please stay safe. Okay, this next story, submitted by Martabak Alman. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you. This one seems to be a little bit of a lighthearted one. Lighthearted spooky story, because the caption says that one time ghosts helped with their club festival. Let's go. Helpful ghosts? A little eerie, a little bit supernatural, but not spooky. Don't know about everyone, but us Malays, we have kids are prone to see things more than adults or something. Something about their eyes. Oh. Curious. Curious. I wonder if like other cultures also have similar thoughts. All right, here we go. Back in high school, I was in Japan Club. We had a festival, and one of those main attractions was the haunted house. The haunted house was a two-part maze set in two connected classrooms. There were only 4 ghosts in the haunted house. All of us either wore wigs or wore our hairs down like the kuntilanak. Each of the 3 were assigned a route from the first room, and I was assigned to the second room alone. Before we opened the attraction, we did a prayer together. The prayer, roughly paraphrased, was something like this. May our event be a successful one. May nothing harmful befall upon us. May those unwanted volunteers not harm us or anyone else here. I asked my senior, who led the prayer, who are the uninvited volunteers? She answered, the supernatural beings. Things like these will obviously attract them, so there's no use asking them not to come here. Best we can do is ask them not to harm us, or even help us. She laughed at the end of the last sentence. After the prayer, we opened the haunted house. A lot of people came. So many that us, the ghosts, had 0 downtime between the groups and could only breathe fresh air during the lunch break. Other than that, we spent the rest of the day inside the dark room as assigned. The day after, the other ghosts and I talked to my friends who visited the haunted house. All of them said it was really good and, honestly, quite scary, especially the ghost girl with the ponytail in the first room and the boy ghost in the second room. None of the ghosts wore a ponytail, and I was the only ghost in the second room. So, thank you to the uninvited volunteers for spicing up our haunted house. Ooh. That's kind of cute though. Like the spirits of students coming in. They're like, you guys are having a haunted house, can I join too? And then offering up their services as real spooky ghosts. Volunteer work. Oh, it's really cute. This one was sweet. Now this is like quaint and sweet. Actually very nice. Yeah, I liked it. A nice, happy, cute little ghost story as opposed to all the spooky ones, the scary ones, right? Gotta beef up the resume somehow, right? The ghost wants friends, right? They see you dressed up in costumes, scaring people who go through the maze, and they're like, I want to do that too. I want to do that too. Sometimes spirits just want to have some fun with everyone. Yeah. The theme park here usually has a Halloween event, and every year without fail, there'd always be a couple of extra scare actors or creepy things happening as soon as the night is done. Ooh. I really want to go to a haunted house. I really, really want to go to a haunted house. Can we still submit scary stories live? It's too late. Unfortunately, we may not be able to read any ones that are submitted now. We'll probably save those for another time because there's quite a lot of stories. There are many, many stories. So any new ones that get put in will be put at the end of the queue. But yeah, feel free. It's been a lot of fun, so I definitely do want to do another one of these. Save them for another stream, yeah. Maybe we need to think outside the box. Let's make a haunted house. I volunteer. I volunteer. Alright, Martava, thank you so much for the submission. Thank you, thank you. I like the little twist of a light-hearted and cute ghost story, and that like acts as a nice little contrast to all the spooky stuff that we've seen so far. Yeah. Alright. A few more, chat? A few more. Okay, this one is another one. This one was submitted by Umomos. They go by Umo on Twitter. Get that up there. Here we go. This one says, Episode 1. Don't forget to greet wherever you are and cut your nails often. That day, I started my day very normally. I always come to school very early, so my class is empty when I arrive. That day should be a normal day if I don't ignore my parents' advice to give a greeting. Or that day should be a normal day if I don't ignore my parents' advice to give greetings when entering a new or old room or place. So that day, I entered the class without a greeting and just put my bag on my desk and came out to see my friend. I was feeling fine till the bell rang indicating class was about to start. I entered the class again without greetings. As I sat on my chair, a chill spread from my body from my feet to my head. As a result, I had a high fever. I tried to hold it in until the first hour, and I was finally allowed to go home early by my homeroom teacher. At home, my mom asked if I did anything at school. So I said I didn't do a greeting when I entered the classroom, and she checked my finger. She said I should cut it off because the belief here is that devils can hide long fingernails. Believe it or not, after I cut my nails, my fever finally went down. Someone said that I'd been followed by an evil being, and because he is evil, it makes me sick. Like any other school, my school also has its own story. A woman in a red shirt, whose body was buried separately, just so happened that she said my class was her head. They say that she was the one who followed me, and maybe she was offended when I didn't properly greet her. But all that was over, and she doesn't follow me anymore. Ooh. A little spooky... What were you saying? Taboos? Yeah. Gotta cut your nails short. Don't let any demons hide inside them. Thank you so much for your submission. Oh, thank you. I wonder how many of these have come up just like in cultures about like different types of taboos. Pamali, yeah. Superstitions. Happens from time to time. Yeah. I should trim my nails too, just in case. Does it work for everything? Or is it just in schools? I want to know, is there like a rule book of all the superstitions and taboos? Because I really want to try. I really want to try see what they do, how they work. I'm really curious. Worries and nail tech. As long as you trim the nails, it should be fine, right? Maybe. Don't trim your nails at nighttime. Oh yeah, don't cut them at night. Probably about cutting your nails. Always good to learn what's considered respectful in each place. Yeah. It's always good to know. I wonder if like ghosts and spirits will be like lenient, like if you're a tourist, you know? Like would they be really like aggressive at it if they know that you're a tourist and you don't really know all the cultures behind it? Don't collect the nails. Depends on if you're a nice tourist. Alright, chat. Let us continue reading some more. Oh, excuse me. Wait, excuse me. There we go. Heard some tourists died for disrespecting a site. Yeah, but that's just being like downright disrespectful and like going across places that are, you know, places that they shouldn't be, you know? Real reason why it's not good to cut your nails at night is because we used an oil lamp a long time ago, so if you can't see your nails and you can injure yourself. These taboos and these stories all usually have like some kind of a, I guess, like a seed of truth, some kind of like life lesson or history lesson that people learned a long time ago to keep them safe or keep others safe and all that. It's really fun to learn about these. So much cool. Alright, chat. Let us continue on with a few more. This story is submitted by Hip Hip Pray. Let's go. The caption for this post says, "Finally hunted down my brother to help me remember this one." Ooh, another story from the past. Here we go. When I was in the 2nd grade, my brother and I went to an old private school that was often under repairs and renovations. One of the most notable problems was the building's electricity. It wasn't uncommon for entire hallways to suddenly lose power in the middle of the day, especially if a storm was on the way. On top of that, the building was arranged in such a way that the only classrooms, library, and the main lobby had windows. The hallways themselves did not. And because of all the electrical wiring issues, many of them did not have working emergency lighting in case the power did go out. So, if you were walking down the hallway when the lights cut out, you would be left in total darkness with no way to see. I remember it was later in the day when this particular storm hit. One of those intense kinds of rainstorms that made the windows look as though you were in the middle of a car wash with the force of the wind blowing sheets of rain against the glass. The majority of the students and teachers had already left for the day after the principal announced to the school would be closing due to the weather. But because both of my parents worked late, my brother and I had to wait in aftercare for someone to pick us up. So we waited, listened as the clock ticked away, as 2 p.m. rolled into 2:30, rolled into 3 p.m., then 4 p.m. At 4:30, the aftercare supervisor had to call in another teacher to watch us because they had to go home too. Hell, I remember seeing some of the janitors leaving early because with no lights they couldn't work. At 5 p.m., we finally got word that our mom was on her way and that we should head to the lobby for her to pick us up. The teacher offered to walk with us since the hallways were so dark, but like the little stubborn kids we were, my brother and I insisted that we were fine. I remember having to hold on tight to latch onto my brother's bag, because even with the occasional flickering neon lights of emergency signs, I couldn't see an inch in front of my face. The building was so quiet and empty that the sound of our shoes echoing on the linoleum felt as loud as the thunder outside. It was like we were the only 2 people left in the entire school. As we passed the library, I saw the doors were wide open. The library was supposed to be closed at this hour, the librarians long gone. But once again, like the children we were, my brother and I decided to peer inside to satiate our morbid curiosity. There was someone by the window in the far back of the room. They stood with their back facing us. The figure silhouetted by what little light was coming through the small stained glass window of the library. I don't remember anything about their appearance, but the way they stood, silent and unmoving, like an upright corpse, sent a shiver down my spine. And I remember tugging on my brother's sleeve and whispering urgently, "The librarian went home." Now, I have to preface this by saying that neither my brother nor I are easily scared. Never have been. But the look on his face as he shushed me and pulled me away from the door was branded into my memory, as I don't think I've ever seen him that scared since, 20-some-odd years ago, or 20-some-odd years later. We ran the rest of the way to the lobby, where our mom greeted us with a smile and a rain-drenched hug, thinking we were scared from walking in the darkness. We didn't have the guts to tell her about the person in the library. We just wanted to go home. When I looked back at the hallway we had just sprinted down, I saw the figure again. This time, they were standing under an emergency exit lamp, though they still had their back to us. I remember staring for 10, 15, 20 seconds, just waiting for them to move. Then the emergency light flickered, and they were gone. No sounds of footsteps, nothing. 1 minute they were there, and the next, they weren't. My brother says he doesn't remember the figure in the hallway, but he does remember me telling him the librarian went home. Ooh. Who could that have been? What were they doing just standing there with their back to you constantly? And the fact that you saw this figure standing there by the window inside the library, and then you sprint out, you look back, and they're following you, but their back is still turned. Spooky, eerie. Thank you so much for the submission, Hippifrey. Thank you. The school was closed the next day to a pipe burst, so I couldn't even ask the teacher about it. Oh. I wonder if anyone reported that, if any other students reported that maybe? Imagining them moonwalking towards you. That's really good. It got turned on one light. Yeah. Spooky. Not the moonwalking. Thank you for the submission, Hippifrey. Thank you. All right. There was one that I saw that was a little bit short. Here we go. This one was submitted to the hashtag by QuietKRS. Hey, Amona. Thanks for stopping by. Hello. We're reading spooky stories. This one was submitted by QuietKRS, but this is from a very old creepypasta from a long time ago. This one might be a classic that I think a few of you have read before. It's dated June 19th, 2012. I'm going to read the whole thing, and if it doesn't make sense, just hang on till the end of it, right? Man and girl go out to drive under moonlight. They stop at a side of road. He turned to his girl and say, "Baby, I love you very much." "What is it, honey?" "Our car is broken down. I think engine is broken. I'll walk and get some more fuel." "Okay, I'll stay here and look after our stereo. There have been news reports of stereos getting stolen." "Good idea. Keep door locked no matter what. I love you, sweaty." So the guy left to get full for the car. After 2 hours, the girl say, "Where is my baby? He's supposed to be back by now." Then the girl hear a scratching sound and voice say, "Let me in." The girl doesn't do it, and then after a while she goes to sleep. The next morning, she wake up and find her boyfriend still not there. She gets out to check, and man door hand hook car door. Dun dun dun. It's a very classic spooky story. Man door hand hook car door. Very spooky. I think that, yeah, the scariest story yet. Thank you for the submission. That was the most terrifying one. I think all of us are deeply terrified and scared to our very cores about this spooky tale. How can I go to sleep now? Karasu, thank you so much for the submission. Thank you. Gimster, thank you for the super chat. That story is the absolute best of the best. Even Shakespeare would be in awe, right? How can you surpass man door hand hook car door? It's peak literature at that point, chat. Peak literature. Shakespeare in shambles. Oh, I can't top that tonight. Yeah, it's all downhill for now, chat. Okay, chat. We have a few more, but I kind of want to see if we can get the entire reading done for Jeff the Killer. I'm really curious. It's 20 minutes-ish, so it'll be a long chunk, but I think it'd be a good way to end tonight by reading through another yet famous classic creepypasta. So, let us go ahead and read the story of Jeff the Killer. Ooh. Here we go. Actually, hang on. Oh no, just for the sake of the VOD, I won't show the picture of Jeff the Killer until the very end. That way, if you would like to listen to the VOD, you'll be able to do so. But the portion of the stream that gets cut out, same thing with the smile dog image. We're gonna have to cut that out of the VOD. So I'll show the image at the very end. This way it doesn't interrupt the reading, and people who want to listen to the VOD will get the full story that way. Rainy Shrimpy, Okoidi, thank you for reaping the membership. The creepypasta of all time, Hand Hook Car Door. Thank you so much for reaping the membership. People have still yet to find the face, whose face that was. Yeah, it's really spooky, but it's one of those like fun internet mysteries. Alright, chat. Jeff the Killer. Jeff the Killer's origin and history. You wake at 3 a.m., disturbed by some subtle shifting sound within the room, just on the edge of hearing. Propping up on one arm, you survey the room looking for the source of the noise, hoping beyond hope that you won't find one. At first, your hopes were raised. Everything seems to be silent. Everything seems to be still. But it isn't. From behind the long concealing drape of the curtain, a voice with a flickering serpentine hiss whispers, "Go to sleep." Suddenly, you know what's about to happen and exactly who is waiting to meet you. As recognizable and widely known as he is feared, Jeff the Killer, the eponymous villain of numerous stories littering the internet, is one of the best known and widely referenced creepypasta characters to have emerged from the shadowy corners of the web over the past few decades. But exactly who, or what is this infamous denizen of the darkness? Where did the character come from? How is it that it evolved? And from which horrific pit of hell, or the internet, did that haunting image emerge? Oh, wait. It looks like there's a little bit of editorialization here. Let me see if I can scroll down a little bit. It talks a little bit more about the backstory. Here we go. Jeff the Killer. The following is an excerpt from a local newspaper. Ominous unknown killer still at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence had been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells the story. "I had a bad dream, and I woke up in the middle of the night," says the boy. "I saw that for some reason the window was open, even though I remember it being closed before I went to bed. I got up and shut it once more. Afterwards, I simply crawled under my covers and tried to go back to sleep. That's when I had the strange feeling, like someone was watching me. I looked up and nearly jumped out of my bed. There, in the little ray of light illuminating illuminating from between my curtains were a pair of eyes. These weren't regular eyes. They were dark, ominous eyes. They were bordered in black and just plain out terrified me. That's when I saw his mouth. A long, horrendous smile that made every hair on my body stand up. The figure stood there, watching me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, he said it. A simple phrase, but said in a way that only a madman could speak. He said, "Go to sleep." I let out a scream, and that's what sent him at me. He pulled up a knife, aiming at my heart. He jumped on top of my bed, and I fought him back. I kicked, I punched, I rolled around, trying to knock him off me. And that's when my dad busted in. The man threw the knife, and it went into my dad's shoulder. The man probably would have finished him off, if not for one of the villagers hadn't alerted the police. They drove into the parking lot and ran towards the door. The man turned and ran down the hallway. I heard a smash, like glass breaking. As I came out of my room, I saw the window that was pointing towards the back of my house. It was broken. I looked out to it, and to see him vanishing into the distance, I can tell you one thing. I will never forget that face. Those cold, evil eyes, and that psychotic smile. They will never leave my mind. Police are still on the lookout for this man. If you see anyone that fits the description in this story, please contact your local police department. Jeff and his family had just moved into a new neighborhood. His dad had gotten a promotion at work, and they thought it would be best to live in one of those fancy neighborhoods. Jeff and his brother Lou didn't complain though. A new, better house. What was there not to love? As they were getting unpacked, one of their neighbors came by. "Hello," she said. "I'm Barbara. I live across the street from you." "Well, I wanted to introduce myself and introduce my son." She turns around and calls her son over. "Billy, these are our new neighbors." Billy said hi and ran back to play in his yard. "Well," said Jeff's mom, "I'm Margaret, and this is my husband, Peter, and my two sons, Jeff and Lou." They introduced themselves, and then Barbara invited them over to her son's birthday. Jeff and his brother were about to object when the mother said that they would love to. When Jeff and his family were done packing, Jeff went to his mom. "Mom, why do you invite us to some kid's party? If you haven't even noticed, I'm not some dumb kid." "Jeff," said his mother, "we just moved here. You should show that we want to spend time with our neighbors. Now, we're going to that party, and that's final." Jeff started to talk, but stopped himself, knowing that he couldn't do anything. Whenever his mom said something, it was final. He walked up to his room and plopped down on his bed. He sat there looking at the ceiling when suddenly he got a weird feeling. Not so much pain, but just a weird feeling. He dismissed it as just a random feeling. He heard his mother call him down to get his stuff, and he walked down to get it. The next day, Jeff walked downstairs to get breakfast and got ready for school. As he sat there eating his breakfast, he once again got that same feeling. This time, it was stronger. It gave him a slight tugging pain, but he once again dismissed it. As he and Lou finished breakfast, they walked down to the bus stop. They sat there, waiting for the bus, and then, all of a sudden, some kid on a skateboard jumped over them, only inches from their laps. They both jumped back in surprise. "Hey, what the hell?" The kid landed and turned back to them. He kicked his skateboard up and caught it with his hands. The kid seemed to be about 12, 1 year younger than Jeff. He wears an Aeropostale shirt and ripped blue jeans. Well, 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 it looks like we got some new meat. Suddenly, two other kids appeared. One was super skinny and the other was huge. Well, since you're new here, I'd like to introduce ourselves. Over there's Keith. Jeff and Lou looked over to the skinny kid. He had a dopey face that you would expect a sidekick to have. And he's Troy. They looked over at the fat kid. Talk about a tub of lard. This kid looked like he hadn't exercised since he was crawling. And I, said the first kid, am Randy. Now, for all the kids in this neighborhood, there's a small price for a bus fare, if you catch my drift. Lou stood up, ready to punch the lights out of the kid's eyes when one of his friends pulled a knife on him. I had hoped you'd be more cooperative, but it seems like we must do this the hard way. The kid walked up to Lou and took his wallet out of his pocket. Jeff got that feeling again. Now, it was truly strong. A burning sensation. He stood up, but Lou gestured him to sit down. Jeff ignored him and walked up to the kid. Listen here, you little punk. Give my bro back his wallet, or else. Wait. Oh, the loud noise outside was like a crashing. I think it was just a neighbor. Listen here, you little punk. Give me back my bro's wallet or else. Randy put the wallet in his pocket and pulled out his own knife. Oh, and what will you do? Just as he finished the sentence, Jeff popped the kid in the nose. As Randy reached for his face, Jeff grabbed the kid's wrist and broke it. Randy screamed, and Jeff grabbed the knife from his hand. Troy and Keith rushed Jeff, but Jeff was too quick. He threw Randy to the ground. Keith lashed out at him, but Jeff ducked and stabbed him in the arm. Keith dropped his knife and fell to the ground, screaming. Troy rushed him too, but Jeff didn't even need the knife. He just punched Troy straight in the stomach and he went down. As he fell, he puked all over. Lou could do nothing but watch, but look in amazement at Jeff. Jeff, how did you... was all he said. They saw the bus coming and knew that they'd be blamed for the whole thing, so they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, they looked back and saw the bus driver rushing over to Andy and the others. As Jeff and Lou made it over to the school, they didn't dare tell what happened. All they did was sit and listen. Lou just thought of that his brother beating up a few kids, but Jeff knew it was more. It was something scary. As he got that feeling, he felt how powerful it was. The urge to just hurt someone. He didn't like how it sounded, but he couldn't help feeling happy. He felt that strange feeling go away and stay away for the entire day of school. Even as he walked home due to the whole thing near the bus stop and how now he probably wouldn't be taking the bus anymore, he felt happy. When he got home, his parents asked how his day was, and he said in a somewhat ominous voice, "It was a wonderful day." Next morning, he heard a knock at the front door. He walked down to find two police officers at the door, his mother looking back at him with an angry look. "Jeff, these officers tell me that you attacked 3 kids, that it wasn't regular fighting, and that they were stabbed." Stabbed! Jeff's gaze fell to the floor, showing his mother that it was true. "Mom, they were the ones who pulled the knife on me and Lou." Son, said one of the cops, "We found 3 kids, 2 stabbed and 1 having a bruise in the stomach, and we have witnesses proving that you fled the scene. Now, what does that tell us?" Jeff knew it was no use. He could say him and Lou had been attacked, but there was no proof that it was not them who attacked first. They couldn't say that they weren't fleeing, because, truth be told, they were. So Jeff couldn't defend himself or Lou. "Son, call down your brother." Jeff couldn't do it since he was the one who beat up the kids. Sir, it was me. I was the one who beat up the kids. Lou tried to hold me back, but he couldn't stop me. The cop looked at his partner, and they both nod. Well, kid, looks like a year in juvie. Wait, says Lou. They all looked up to see him holding a knife. The officers pulled their guns and locked them on Lou. It was me. I beat up those little punks. I have the marks to prove it. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal cuts and bruises, as if he were in a struggle. Son, just put the knife down, said the officer. Liu held up the knife and dropped it to the ground. He put his hands up and walked over to the cops. No, Lou, it was me. I did it. Jeff had tears running down his face. Poor bro. Trying to take the blame for what I did. Well, take me away. The police led Lou out to the patrol car. Lou, tell them it was me. Tell them I was the one who beat up the kids. Jeff's mother put her hands on his shoulders. Jeff, please, you don't have to lie. We know it's Lou. You can stop. Jeff watched helplessly as the cop car speeds off with Lou inside. A few minutes later, Jeff's dad pulled into the driveway. Seeing Jeff's face and knowing something was wrong. Son, what is it? Jeff couldn't answer. His vocal cords were strained from crying. Instead, Jeff's mother walked his father inside to break the bad news to him as Jeff wept in the driveway. After an hour or so, Jeff walked back into the house, seeing that his parents were both shocked, sad, and disappointed. He couldn't look at them. He couldn't see how they thought of Lou when it was his fault. He just went to sleep, trying to get the whole thing off his mind. 2 days went by with no word from Lou. No friends to hang out with, nothing but sadness and guilt. That was until Saturday, when Jeff was woken up by her mother with a happy, sunshiny face. Jeff, it's the day, she said, as she opened up the curtains and let the light flood into his room. What? What's today? Asked Jeff as he started awake. Why, it's Billy's party. Jeff was now fully awake. Mom, you're joking, right? You don't expect me to go to some kid's party after... There was a long pause. Jeff, we both know what happened. I think this party could be the thing that brightens up the past days. Now, get dressed. Jeff's mother walked out of the room and downstairs to get herself ready. He fought himself to get up, picked out a random shirt and a pair of jeans, and walked downstairs. He saw his mother and father all dressed up. His mother in a dress, and his father in a fancy suit. He thought, why would they ever wear such clothes to a kid's party? Son, is that all you're gonna wear? Asked Jeff's mom. Better than wearing too much, he said. His mother pushed down the feeling to yell at him and hid it with a smile. Now, Jeff, we may be overdressed, but this is how you go if you want to make an impression, said his father. Jeff grunted and went back to his room. I don't have any fancy clothes, he yelled downstairs. Just pick out something, called his mother. He looked around in his closet for what he would call fancy. He found a pair of black dress pants that he had for special occasions and an undershirt. He couldn't find a shirt to go with it, though. He looked around and only found striped and patterned shirts, none of which go with dress pants. Finally, he found a white hoodie and put it on. You're wearing that? They both said. His mother looked at her watch. Oh, no time to change. Let's just go, she said as she herded Jeff and his father out the door. They crossed the street and over to Barbara and Billy's house. They knocked at the door, and it appeared that Barbara, just like her parents, was overdressed. As they walked inside, all Jeff could see were adults, no kids. The kids are out in the yard, Jeff. How about you go and meet some of them, said Barbara. Jeff walked outside to a yard full of kids, They were running around weird cowboy costumes and shooting each other with plastic guns. He might as well be standing in Toys R Us. Suddenly, a kid came up to him and handed him a toy gun and hat. "Hey, wanna play?" he said. No, kid. I'm way too old for this stuff." The kid looked at him with the weird puppy dog face. "Please," said the kid. "Fine," said Jeff. He put on the hat and started to pretend shoot at the kids. At first, he thought it was totally ridiculous. But then, he started to actually have fun. It might not have been super cool, but it was the first time he had done something that took his mind off Lou. So he played with the kids for a while, until they heard a noise. A weird, rolling noise. Then it hit him. Randy, Troy, and Keith all jumped over the fence on their skateboards. Jeff dropped the fake gun and ripped off the hat. Randy looked at Jeff with burning hatred. "Hello, Jeff, is it?" he said. "We have some unfinished business." Jeff saw his bruised nose. "I think we're even. I beat the crap out of you, and you get my brother sent to the JDC. Randy got an angry look in his eyes. "Oh no, I don't go for even. I go for winning. You may have kicked our asses that day, but not today," he said. As he said that, Randy rushed at Jeff. They both fell to the ground. Randy punched Jeff in the nose, and Jeff grabbed him by the ear and headbutted him. Jeff pushed Randy off him, and both rose to their feet. Kids were screaming, and parents were running out of the house. Troy and Keith both pulled guns out of their pockets. "No one interrupts or the guts will fly," they said. Randy pulled a knife on Jeff and stabbed it into his shoulder. Jeff screamed and fell to his knees. Randy started kicking him in the face. After 3 kicks, Jeff grabbed his foot and twisted, causing Randy to fall to the ground. Jeff stood up and walked towards the back door, where Troy grabbed him. "Need some help?" He picks up Jeff by the back of the collar and throws him through the patio door. As Jeff tries to stand, he is kicked down to the ground. Randy repeatedly starts kicking Jeff until he starts coughing up blood. "Come on, Jeff, fight me." He picks up Jeff and throws him into the kitchen. Randy sees a bottle of vodka on the counter and smashes the glass over Jeff's head. "Fight!" He throws Jeff back into the living room. "Come on, Jeff, look at me." Jeff glances up. His face is riddled with blood. "I was the one who got your brother sent to JDC, and now you're just gonna sit there and let him rot like that for a whole year. You should be ashamed." Jeff starts to get up. "Oh, finally, you stand and fight." Jeff is now to his feet, blood and vodka on his face. Once again, he gets that strange feeling, the one in which he hasn't felt for a while. "Finally, he's up," says Randy as he runs at Jeff. That's when it happened. Something inside Jeff snaps. His psyche is destroyed. All rational thinking is gone. All he can do is kill. He grabs Randy and pile drives him to the ground, gets on top of him and punches him straight in the heart. The punch causes Randy's heart to stop. As Randy gasps for breath, Jeff hammers down on him. Punch after punch, blood gushing from Randy's body until he takes one final breath and dies. Everyone is looking at Jeff now. The parents, the crying kids, even Troy and Keith. Although they easily break their gaze and point their guns at Jeff, Jeff sees the guns trained on him and runs for the stairs. As he runs, Troy and Keith let fire on him, each shot missing. Jeff runs up the stairs, and he hears Troy and Keith follow up behind. As they let out their final rounds of bullets, Jeff ducks into the bathroom. He grabs a towel rack and rips it off the wall. Troy and Keith race in, knives ready. Troy swings his knife at Jeff, who backs away and bangs the towel rack into Troy's face. Troy goes down hard, and now all that's left is Keith. He's more agile than Troy, though, and ducks when Jeff swings the towel rack. He dropped the knife and grabbed Jeff by the neck. He pushed him into the wall. A container of bleach falls down on top of them from the top shelf, and it burns both of them, and they both start to scream. Jeff wiped his eyes as best he could. He pulled back the towel rack and swung it straight into Keith's head. As he lay there, bleeding to death, He let out an ominous smile. "What's so funny?" asked Jeff. Keith pulled out a lighter and switched it on. "What's so funny," he said, "is that you're covered in bleach and alcohol." Jeff's eyes widened as Keith threw the lighter at him. As soon as the flames made contact with him, the flames ignited the alcohol in the vodka. While the alcohol burned, the bleach burned his skin. Jeff let out a terrible screech as it caught on fire. He tried to roll out of the fire, but it was no use. The alcohol made him a walking inferno. He ran down the hall and fell down the stairs. Everyone started screaming as they saw Jeff, now a man on fire, dropped to the ground, nearly dead. The last thing Jeff saw was his mother and the other parents trying to extinguish the flame. And that's when he passed out. When Jeff woke, he had a cast wrapped around his face. He couldn't see anything, but he felt the cast on his shoulder and stitches all over his body. He tried to stand up, but he realized that there was some tube in his arm, and when he tried to get up, it fell out, and a nurse rushed in. "I don't think you can get out of bed just yet," she said, as she put him back in the bed and reinserted the tube. Jeff sat there, with no vision, no idea what his surroundings were. Finally, after hours, he heard his mother. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked. Jeff couldn't answer, though. His face was covered, and he was unable to speak. "Oh, honey, I have great news. After all the witnesses told the police that Randy confessed to trying to attack you, they decided to let Lou go." This made Jeff almost bolt up, stopping halfway, remembering the tube coming out of his arm. "He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be He'll be out by tomorrow, and then you two will be able to be together again." Jeff's mother hugged Jeff and said her goodbyes. The next couple of weeks were those where Jeff was visited by his family. Then came the day where his bandages were to be removed. His family members were all there to see it, what he would look like. As the doctors unwrapped the bandages from Jeff's face, everyone was on the edge of their seats. They waited until the last bandage holding the cover over his face was almost removed. "Let's hope for the best," said the doctor. He quickly pulled the cloth, letting the rest fall from Jeff's face. Jeff's mother screams at the sight of his face. Lou and Jeff's dad stare, awestruck at his face. "What? What happened to my face?" Jeff said. He rushed out of bed and ran to the bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw the cause of the distress. His face. It was horrible. His lips were burnt to a deep shade of red. His face turned into a pale white color, and his hair singed from brown to black. He slowly put his hand to his face. It had a sort of leathery feel to it now. He looked back at his family, then back at the mirror. "Jeff, it's not that bad," said Lou. "Not that bad? It's perfect," said Jeff. His family was equally surprised. Jeff started laughing uncontrollably. His parents noticed that his left eye and hand were twitching. Jeff? Are you okay?" "Okay? I've never felt more happy. Look at me. His face goes perfectly." He couldn't stop laughing. He stroked his face while feeling it, looking at it in the mirror. What caused this? Well, you may recall that when Jeff was fighting Randy, something in his mind, his sanity, snapped. Now, he was left as a crazy killing machine. That is, his parents didn't know. "Doctor," said Jeff's mom, "is my son all right? You know, in the head?" "Oh yes, this behavior is typical for patients that have taken very large amounts of painkillers. If his behavior doesn't change within a few weeks, bring him back here and we'll give him a psychological test. Oh, thank you, doctor. Jeff's mother went over to Jeff. Jeff, sweetie, it's time to go. Jeff looks away from the mirror. His face still formed into a crazy smile. Okay, Mommy. His mother took him by the shoulder and took him to get his clothes. This is what came in, said the lady at the desk. Jeff's mom looked down to see the black dress pants and the white hoodie that her son wore. Now they were clean of blood and stitched back together. Jeff's mother led him to the room, led him to his room, and made him put his clothes on. Then they left, not knowing that this was the final day of their lives. Later that night, Jeff's mother woke to a sound coming from the bathroom. It sounded as if someone was crying. She slowly walked over to see what it was. When she looked into the bathroom, she saw a horrendous sight. Jeff had taken a knife and carved a smile into his cheeks. Jeff? What are you doing? Asked his mother. Jeff looked over to his mother. I couldn't keep smiling, Mom. It hurt after a while, but now I can smile forever. Jeff's mother noticed his eyes ringed in black. Jeff, your eyes. His eyes were seemingly never closing. I couldn't see my face. I got tired and my eyes started to close. I burned my eyelids so that I could forever see myself. My new face. Jeff's mother slowly started to back away, seeing that her son was going insane. What's wrong, Mom? Aren't I beautiful? Yes, son, she said. You are. Let's go get Dad so he can see your face. She ran into the room and shook Jeff's dad from his sleep. Honey, get the gun, She stopped as he saw Jeff in the doorway, holding a knife. Mom? You lied. And that was the last thing they hear as Jeff rushes them with the knife, gutting both of them. His brother Lou woke up, startled by some noise. He didn't hear anything else, so he just closed his eyes and tried to go back to sleep. As he was on the border of slumber, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked up before Jeff's hand covered his mouth. He slowly raised the knife, ready to plunge it into Lou. Lou thrashed here and there, trying to escape Jeff's grip. Shh. Just go to sleep. And there you go. The creepypasta of Jeff the Killer. Ooh. And now this is the part where I mentioned real quick that this next part here will be cut from the VOD because we have to get rid of it. But for those of you who would like to see the image that started this Jeff the Killer creepypasta, I will warn you, it is a little bit startling, it is kind of scary, and I will keep it off screen for the beginning and then slowly move it on screen so it doesn't pop up as a jump scare. So it is down here below, and I will show you the image that spawned this Jeff the Killer creepypasta. It is a little bit spooky, so if you'd like to close your eyes, I will let you a little warning right now. I'm going to show you the image in 3, 2, 1. And there is the image of Jeff the Killer. Some of you may have seen this image floating around the internet, various forums, spooky websites, maybe even the Reddit. But there you go. That is Jeff the Killer. And now, if you close your eyes, you can feel free to open them back once more to take a look at it. But just as a reminder, this part on the VOD will get cut, just because we can't really show that in the VODs. And Blank, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. It's kind of goofy. It is a little goofy. Nowadays, I think, with the kind of horror, like the visual horror that we've seen in the past, it does feel a little outdated. It does feel a little bit kind of campy, but this mix was really, oh gosh, like when was this? 2012, 2010? Around that period when it like really took off, and back then like this was really, really something that like lots of people would talk about. Good, thank you for the super chat. Go back the last 5 minutes and try to convince me that that isn't top tier voice acting. Perfect. No, I just thank you. I really appreciate it, but no, Flayon is still better. Maybe we can do one of these and like invite Flayon on to do some voice acting as well. The image technically not technically copyrighted. We're not really sure, because copyrights just kind of, they appear whenever you create an image, so it could be. So just for the sake of being a little safer than sorry, we're gonna make sure that that part gets clicked out. The story was a string of 0 to 100 moments. Yeah, the writing is definitely a little bit like a little outdated. It's a little older. There's a couple of parts, there's actually many parts in the story that don't really particularly make sense, you know? But overall, it does add to like a really eerie, kind of spooky, like, what would I say? Like, the whole like gestalt, the whole feel of the entire story, you know? Yeah. The story was cloudy, but I could follow it, yeah. To be fair, these are always written by, horror enthusiasts, authors who want to write a little message, something spooky and creepy. I know there's a lot of, for example, like the SCP stories have greatly inspired a really big generation of writers and creatives, just artists and all that, to try their hand at making some amazing stories. And it's really fun seeing how people, even though they're not really maybe confident in their skills, get inspired by these to try to create their own things. I really enjoy that. And as people get more skilled because they get inspired from these, we get better and better spooky stories to read as well. So over time, we get to see some of the cool stuff, and these are just some of the old ancient classics many, many years ago. Aprillators, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the first super chat. Thank you. Excellent read. Thank you so much. Of course. Thank you so much. I used to read creepypastas on the Wattpad. Ooh, I wonder if there's any like really good hidden gems still out there. Wattpad, Word. What was the thing called? Word. Oh gosh. There was like another journaling thing. LiveJournal, right? I wonder how many creepypastas are hidden around in LiveJournal, Man, that's a throwback though. Man. Voice acting is a type of art. Takes practice, get it right. Don't be discouraged because by others because of bad examples they know. Yeah. Alright, chat. I think we'll go and call it here. Got a nice 4 hours and 30 minutes? Yeah, 4 hours and 30 minutes of various spooky stories, some classic creepypastas, as well as user submitted ones. This was actually kind of fun. This was a lot more fun than I had expected it to be. Ooh. Thank you all for stopping by, and for those of you in VOD gang, thank you all for listening. If you made it to this part of the VOD, Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful night, get some sweet dreams, and hopefully some of the spooky creepypastas that we read today, some of the spooky stories, and even a few of the true tales from from our community's children or childhood. Words are difficult. Spooky stories and eerie happenings of our childhoods do not give you nightmares. But if you do get a nightmare, I hope it's a happy one. Like, if you're being chased by, like, Pyramid Head, I don't know, he's kind of hot, so admire the shiny abs as he, like, swings that giant sword around, you know? Anil Mendes, thank you for the super chat. Missed the first half, can't wait to hear the VOD. Oh, I hope you have fun with it. I hope you have fun with it. But yeah, thank you again all for stopping by. We'll go and call it here, and let me head over to outro, and then send you off on a raid. I think we'll do another one. I think like maybe next week. There's still plenty of time in Spooky Month, so we'll do another one next week, also on Saturday. So for those of you who have submitted creepypastas, if those were not read, we'll try to get to those too. And for those of you who would like to submit your own as well, now you have about a week or so to draft up and edit. Draft up another one. Please use the hashtag creepypasta in the title and on Twitter, and we'll go through a few more spooky stories as well as some classic creepypastas. Yeah. Alright, chat. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Or, no, wait. Koyasumi. My brain, after so much reading. Koyasumi, everybody. Ooh, the sounds. It sounds so quiet now that we don't have the background noise. I didn't realize how like present like the little crickets chirping in the background and the fire crackling was like. It's really eerie how quiet it is now. Alright, chat, thank you again for stopping by. Let me go and see who is currently streaming so that we can send you off on a raid. Alright, it looks like Fuma-senpai is currently playing the Suika game, trying to get the double watermelons. So we'll send you over to Fuma-senpai's channel. Please make sure that you follow Fuma-senpai's rules. And also, oh my goodness. Kurage, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Get some hearts in chat for Kurage and the gifted memberships. Just as a little warning before we head off, for those of you who may have fallen asleep, it's a little warning that I'm going to give you that we'll be sending you over on a raid to a JP senpai, Fuma-senpai. So please be prepared for a little bit of a whiplash as loud noises and chaotic watermelon shenanigans take place. So thank you again. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you all tomorrow as we pick up White Day, Labyrinth named school, and see how far we can get in it. Thank you again for stopping by. Have a wonderful night. Koyasumi.